The vomit attack is really gross because there's like this part of the torso of the humanoid that has been kind of hollowed out and now has teeth. The tentacles come out from...
But hello, it's AoElena. We're going to cover some Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred Season 7 PTR content, and then swap to Path of Exile 2, the reveal for the early access.
It's pretty gross.
The Hollows are just such a unique family. From the moment they spawn in on your screen, you can tell that they are different. They have just such unique behaviors and animations.
We were able to execute on a vision that's really just so different than what we typically do.
I like her nails.
Like, you feel very proud of our whole team.
Everyone just got it. They understood what the monster was, they got the vision, and it just worked.
The eye
the
on
eyeball.
the screen has many functions. It keeps me in the right frame of mind. What we are doing is dark. It should be horrifying. I should feel the fear while I'm doing it. It's a reminder of that. The eye also serves as a warning. Like, get moving. Don't dwell too long and wander around, you know. Get this thing moving. Get the work done.
Interesting. It's so creepy. And it looks around all frantically, it seems like. Ooh. Rebuke! Rebuke that eyeball.
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire Chat with a creepy eyeball we were just talking about. This one is our patch 2.1 PTR Campfire Chat. I know we were just here last week when we were talking about the mid-season update, but this one is kind of like the big one because we're going to be talking about everything coming with patch 2.1 and Season 7. I am joined here by Mr. Colin Feiner, Mr. Charles Dunn, who have appeared on prior Campfire Chats. We were going to have Adam Jackson. He is unfortunately not feeling very well, so we hope he gets better soon. And we do also have another guest here who is live from Albany, Blizzard Albany, and that is Mr. Dan Tangway, who's going to be talking a little bit as well about what's coming up for patch 2.1. And he's showing off his red Diablo 4 jacket. We have our new black Diablo 4 jackets as well. Look at this. Models. How are you, Dan? Hopefully you're good.
Dang! I want the jacket. I think I'd want red, though.
He's not sure if he can hear me.
Oh, no.
But either way, a few things that we do want to talk about before we actually do jump into everything. Obviously, PTR is coming up soon. We are doing this stream a little early this time, mainly because the Thanksgiving holiday is coming up here in the US. And so we are going to be talking about some of the contents before even the patch notes are ready. We do plan on having a blog immediately after this stream, so players can actually check out the blog and read a little bit more about what we talked about today. But the patch notes will be available next Wednesday for players to actually check out. So it'll be before the US holiday here, so everyone can kind of dive deep into the patch notes for PTR. PTR is currently planned to start on December 3rd, so that will be after the US holidays here for Thanksgiving. So there's a ton of stuff that is coming up for players to kind of jump into. But I know what we want to do is really just dive straight deep into all the new stuff that we do want to talk about. So for the first thing we do want to chat about is just Season 7 and what that's going to be. So we're actually going to jump over to Mr. Dan Tangway in Albany to kind of walk us through. So Dan, do you want to take over?
Oh, no.
Oh, it's so awkward.
Here.
All right, what happened?
So I don't know what happened. I mean, you know, maybe we don't have satellites working or something like that. So instead, I guess we'll just start with classes first.
Sure.
So Mr. Charles Dunn, do you want to talk about class changes that are coming with Season 7? I know we talked a little bit about this last week with Adam Jackson. Just a reminder, Spiritborn, expect that to be addressed for Season 7, and we will actually be talking a little bit about that now. So, Charles.
Yeah,
take us through it.
absolutely. I'd love to talk about some of the changes coming to all the different classes in Diablo 4, as well as some broader, more systemic updates that are happening that kind of affect all classes equally in a way. Yeah, so like I said, just going through individual class by class,
seeing some of the new stuff that's coming for a lot of classes. Let's start with the Barbarian. I believe is the first one up. Yeah, so Barbarian is definitely a class that we think a lot of the classes have been performing pretty well across the board. They're always a step under the Spiritborn, but Barbarian maybe a step and a half below, and so we're looking at a lot of buffs across the board for them here, specifically looking at some stuff with Hammer of the Ancients, buffing that number up here. A little bit of a rework to the Walking Arsenal passive. Previously, it was the bonus was just 8%. Now we're going to be giving you a bigger bonus, and when you have all of them active, you're going to get more attack speed and some bonus crowd control duration, which we think really plays into that that kind of build.
Huh.
Additionally, we're also updating Earthquakes. That has been one of my favorite builds on Barbarian, right? Just seeing those big earthquakes come out everywhere.
Leafquake is the
Okay.
best.
Leafquake, oh, I absolutely love it. The visuals on that is just top notch. So we're really, we took some lessons from what we did on Rogues in the past with their stun grenades power, where a lot of the legendaries that talk to stun grenades also had kind of this extra bit where it increased the damage of all of your stun grenades, so that you kind of got these synergistic builds with the various aspects all together. And we're extending that over to Earthquakes now here. So we're adding on basically, hey, all these ones that talk to Earthquakes, just they increase the damage of all of them overall.
Yeah, it's a little bit less finicky too, right? Because now it lasts after the earthquake expires, or if you leave it.
Absolutely. So we think this would just be a much more comprehensive build overall. We've also got a new legendary that talks directly to Earthquakes as well. Ups their damage and increases their fire, or turns it into fire damage. And I think this is really cool. And we're going to see some more stuff as you actually get onto the PTR. But I think Earthquakes and Hammer of the Ancients might be a build that you're going to be very interested in combining those two with some of the stuff that you will see come PTR. All right, let's move on to the Sorceress.
The Source.
Sorceress, one of the key notes that we've noticed with Sorceress over the whole lifespan of Diablo as Diablo 4 is that players often felt like they were pigeonholed into burning builds in particular. Firebolt
Every build
enchantment
had
is
it.
probably the most used enchantment by far, because it was just kind of a free way to apply a very small amount of burning to enemies, but that was what you needed to turn on a lot of the passives in their skill tree. That was a powerful build, powerful interactions, but we felt like that was making everything a little too homogenous. You felt like you had to do this in order to access a lot of these passives. And so we decided that we really want these burning synergies to really be benefiting builds that are dedicated to burning type builds, and not just ones who are splashing it in with Firebolt enchantment. And so with that in mind, we did a rework on the enchantment to increase or remove the burning damage from the enchantment and change it over to this, which has a healing component to it. And then we also updated a lot of those burning passives to really play better in the dedicated fire-based builds, rather than being something that you just want to splash into everything.
Yeah, hopefully there's a lot more build variety.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is one of the main driving goals of a lot of our updates is increasing that build variety, so you don't feel like you have to take this checklist of mandatory things before moving on to what you actually want for your build. So an example here on Devouring Blaze, you've got bonus. Previously, it was bonus critical strike damage against burning enemies, no matter how much they're burning for. So you just apply that little bit of burning, and you would get this. Now instead, you get a bigger bonus, but it's just for your Pyromancy critical strike skills. So it really encourages, hey, you're a Fireball build, you're a Meteor build, something that wants to do those big fire crits. Devouring Blaze is now even more valuable for those builds, and it's not something that you necessarily need to or feel compelled to splash in other builds. All right, on to the next one. We also did some updates for Ball Lightning. So Ball Lightning, the previous upgrades, like kind of these Mage's Ball Lightning and Wizard's Ball Lightning, were about stunning enemies or spawning some correcting energy with admittedly some kind of complex conditions. You had to jump through a lot of hoops to get these. One of the things we really like to do with a lot of these updates is simplify them down and streamline and really focus in on what the interesting factor is.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more modular too, right? So there's more builds, the less sort of focused that initial step is on that skill.
Absolutely. So we've got the Mage's Ball Lightning here that now is just increasing its damage against stunned enemies. It's really that payoff for a lot of the lightning stun effects. and then Wizard's Ball Lightning is just always going to be generating more cracked energy, just more consistent generation there. All right, on to the next one. We've got some of the new uniques that we want to show off here on the sort. Talking about Ball Lightning. So this is actually something interesting.
I like the look of
we're doing
this.
This season
This is really
where
cool.
we're making 2 uniques that are in the same slot. And they're going to modify the skill in a different way. So they will be mutually exclusive. So you can take either this one here, which turns Ball Lightning into a kind of like a bowling ball, really. You send it forward,
Right.
it goes pretty fast, and when it hits a target, it's going to explode and kind of splash outward. And I think this is really cool. It offers a switched up play style, so the way you're familiar with Ball Lightning, which was kind of slow moving forward, or if you pick the other unique, you can actually retain the old gravitational aspect. So we can go on and take a look at that one here in the next clip. Right, so a lot of the Ball Lightning builds in the past were using the gravitational aspect that caused it to rotate around you, and we've updated that and kind of reworked the gravitational aspect so that now that functionality is built into this new unique and also has some additional bonuses to encourage this kind of play style. And obviously the gravitational aspect that used to do this has been reworked into a new cool effect that you'll be able to demo out on the PTR as well.
This is like a fun trade-off now and sort of how you want to use Ball Lightning.
Yeah, it really helps it be a bit more build defining, which is our goal for a lot of the uniques is hey, you get this unique and it feels like it's very foundational to your build. One thing I do want to call out here is the inherent affix on this, right up near the top, that Ball Lightning can be cast while moving. This makes it a lot smoother to just be moving around and just keep on clicking that Ball Lightning, and you're not going to have to like stop like that, very short half-second stop to cast it. It just feels much smoother, and this is one that this build is just wants to be on the move,
right?
And that encourages that. All right, so let's talk about the Druid next. So this one,
Season of the Werewolf.
Druid is this season a lot of werewolf updates. Season of the Werewolf. I absolutely love werewolf builds, and I think they've been, maybe a little bit behind the rest of builds over the course of Diablo's history. And so this season, a lot of our updates are really focused on building, making that build come up to par.
Yeah, like pure werewolf, right? Not
Pure
like
werewolf.
mixing it with other things.
Yeah, a lot of times you saw some like rapid shape-shifting builds, and those are fun. Those are great, but pure werewolf wasn't quite hitting the mark, and so
Welcome
that's what
in,
a lot of our
guys.
focus is. Let's take a look at some of these updates. So we've got updates to Shred, the main core skill for these werewolf builds. Previously, the Raging Shred upgrade was just a combo attack that applied some poisoning damage. So now it's going to still do that and apply a lot more poisoning damage, but it's also going to cause them to take even more poisoning damage for the next 5 seconds. So this is, your kind of finishing move on your combo or your core combo, but then it also enhances all of the other poisoning damage that you've applied through something like Rabies.
I like that a lot. That seems to make sense.
All right, we've got updates to Boulder. Now this isn't necessarily with the werewolf theme, but still Boulder is a skill that we saw a good opportunity to improve on it. We had 2 upgrades on Boulder in the past, the 2 choices, and they were both fairly similar. They both dealt with critical strike chance or critical strike damage, and we thought that was an opportunity to rework one of them to give it a different identity. And basically the identity was Poison Boulder. Like just a giant ball of poison.
Yeah.
What does that look like, or what does that do?
Changing the damage type always helps sort of branch out and make it feel really different.
Yeah, and we got some really sweet visuals for it too. I'm not sure if we have a video on that. I think we'll just have to rely on that in the PTR.
Yeah. People will see it on the PTR, but it's got some cool visuals associated with it.
Yeah, and so that one will be very cool. Definitely check that one out.
This one I'm very excited about because Bloodhowl, as we see, has always just generated spirit, but now.
Yeah, it was always just generating some spirit, but you still do that, but now it gives you even more increased damage until you shapeshift out of werewolf form. So going back to what Colin mentioned about really focusing in on pure werewolf, that was an area that we felt, hey, we want to really reward you for staying in the werewolf form and really committing to that identity and just making sure that felt like an appropriate payoff, and this is one of the areas that we're doing that in. All right, so let's talk a little bit about one of the updated legendaries. So the aspect of the Blurred Beast. So this previously was a legendary that just caused your shred to do some bonus damage to poison enemies. It was fine, but it wasn't too enticing. But now with the new update here, you actually still do more damage just all the time. And depending on how far you're traveling for shred, you're going to do some bonus hits. And it looks so cool. Your werewolf is dashing across the screen and then just doing this like multi-hit kind of attack. And so if you're really close, you're just going to get maybe one additional strike. But if you're at this further distance, as you see in this clip, you're going to get the full 4 hits. So it's really about positional gameplay a bit more than it was in the past. And you get very heavily rewarded for it when you do kind of execute that properly.
That's awesome.
And it's going to be really great for like movement, just moving around across the map, which I know movement is always a big thing that players really, really want. People have always been asking for, so it'll be cool to see people kind of like just bouncing around as a druid with the aspect of the blue beast. So very cool.
Yeah,
it's always great when we can inject like changing how you play also, right? Because you can imagine like launching into a group of enemies, then picking out specific targets that you really want to launch to, and that's how you optimize that build combat-wise.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite ones in this patch, actually. Big fan of a lot of these Druid updates. Aspect of Wolf's Rain. So this is a combo kind of legendary, combining the powers of Hurricane and your Wolf companions. So when you cast Hurricane, all of your wolves actually spawn a little mini Hurricane of their own.
That's cute.
And these will do bonus damage for each of your active wolves. So it really encourages these companion-based builds that already have this wolf pack of 5 wolves following them around. Now your Hurricane affects all of them, and they get bonus damage for how many you got. So you really want to be stacking up as many wolves as you can. They all get Hurricanes, and you just get to shred through the whole screen with that.
That's super cool.
All right, moving on to Rogue. So this is one that Shadow Clone has been probably the Rogue skill that I would say it maybe wasn't quite hitting the mark compared to most other skills. And that was for a variety of reasons. And not to get too technical here on the details, but for a lot of the effects that that you have with your legendaries and your passives and those kind of things, historically Shadow Clone behaved inconsistently with those. It wouldn't necessarily pick up all of the bonuses, it wouldn't trigger all of the effects, and the end result was basically that your Shadow Clone dealt a whole lot less damage than you did. You thought, hey, I'm hitting for millions, and my Shadow Clone's hitting for like thousands, right?
Yeah.
And so we really looked at that comprehensively and thought, okay, we need to kind of rethink how Shadow Clone works across the board to really bring it up to par, to make it behave the way you expect, and then also extend that to a lot of the other summons in the game. The summons like your Necromancer skeletons, your Druid companions, and so on. So we did basically a rework of that entire system. And the long and short of it is that they should just work a whole lot better going forward in this season, where they're going to trigger all of your lucky hit effects. They're going to interact with all of your damage modifiers and multipliers that they previously were inconsistently working with. So just one example here, a very simple example. You've got Wind Striker's aspect. This is a very simple legendary that just says, hey, when you critically strike, gain some movement speed. Now in the past, that was only when your player character, critically strike with one of your skills. And it would not happen whenever one of your Druid companions or your Shadow Clone critically strikes. But now all of that will work. So your companions or your summons or your Shadow Clone critically strikes and you have Wind Strikers, now your character gets that bonus.
It's huge.
Yeah, I really can't overstate this, like how many new interactions and synergies this unlocks with not just Shadow Clone, but all of the summons in general across the game. But with Shadow Clone in particular, we've got a new unique item. And this one is Assassin's Stride. And the effect here works with mobility skills and your Shadow Imbuement. Once again, kind of playing up that combo aspect. So all of your mobility skills are going to always be Shadow Imbued with some bonus potency. So they're going to do some more damage. And whenever you damage an elite or boss with a mobility skill, there's a chance to trigger an instant free Shadow Imbuement explosion. So those of you who like playing Shadow Step builds, one of my favorite ones with Rogue, just like Adam had said before about jumping around the screen with werewolves, you can do that with Shadow Step now too. And you're just going to be getting a lot of those those resets and kills much quicker as you leap out of the shadows, trigger a Shadow of Doom explosion, and then move on to the next pack of enemies. Really cool, unique for that kind of build.
I like that.
Additionally, caltrops, maybe the skill that was the most kind of clunky on control-wise to use.
God, seriously.
If you've ever tried to use caltrops, it can be a struggle sometimes.
It was
where your
wonky.
character would leap backwards and you wouldn't go in the right direction, wouldn't hit the enemies. We've updated the animation here to just basically be very similar to the smoke grenade skill, where you just pick a point on the screen, your character throws it, and it just goes where you point it.
I am the king of like caltropping one minion out of like 100 and then also falling, like jumping back into like a
Sounds
giant mob
choppy.
and going like, well, I didn't calculate that correctly.
Yeah.
So we were talking about this beforehand, like before we even went live, and I was like, thank effing God. I was like, oh my God, please. So yeah, I'm excited.
Caltrop should be so much more usable now, and we
Good
think
now.
that this is a really good change
you,
going
guys.
forward.
Oh, let me let the dogs in. The
All right, on
lawnmower
to
dudes here.
Necromancer. So Necromancer, we've done some improved itemization and updates to the overpower synergies, specifically the Rathma's Vigor key passive. So previously, it would just give you some an overpower once every 12 seconds, and or when you overhealed for some bonus life. And now we're just tacking on a big chunk of overpower damage to it. We definitely felt like these pure blood-based overpower builds were just not quite hitting that mark, and just pumping the power into these pure builds through the Rathma's Vigor key passive, we think is going to be very helpful to make these builds really shine. On to the next, we've got one of the new uniques. So similar to what we did with the Sorcerer, where we had kind of these paired uniques, that we're going to have 2 uniques in the same slot for Necromancer as well. This time in the pants slot, and they're both going to be working with Bloodwave. So this one, Kasemi's Legacy, will cause, instead of shooting 1 Bloodwave out forward, you're going to get 2 that kind of converge on you. And this definitely changes up the targeting of it, the positioning requirements, and really the use case, because it's pulling towards you instead of pushing away. So instead of being a defensive skill, it's much more about the damage and pulling them together. And then when they hit, they do a big chunk of damage as well. So definitely turns Bloodwave into a much more damage-focused skill and a little bit less on the CC or the knockback crowd control of it.
Yeah, and it plays super well with that key passive.
Absolutely, absolutely, especially if you want to be using this for that big damage moment. Now, the alternative is Indria's Memory, where it still shoots the Bloodwave forward, and then at the end of its path, it will trap the targets in a bone prison. So this is a unique that is very much about combining blood and bone. So a little bit less of the pure blood and much more about combining the 2. Now, additionally, you see we're using some bone spears here, or should I say blood spears, because that is what they now become.
Fancy.
Blood spears, and instead of costing a bunch of essence, they're going to cost, they drain maximum life, still cost essence there, but they drain maximum life to cast additionally from a nearby corpse to fire an extra bone spear / blood spear. So there's a lot going on with this one, but I think it really comes together to be a very strong build when you're using the Bone Spear and the Blood Wave, and then casting Bone Spear reduces Blood Wave's cooldown. That's the inherent affix on these legs. Really makes a really cool build that I think synergizes very nicely.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, and so on to the Spiritborn. So we kind of warned at the start. Spiritborn we recognize has been one or multiple steps above most other classes, and players have fun. People love playing the Spiritborn. Very powerful, and we really like that. But we do have to recognize, for the long-term health of the game, it's important that we have a bit better class parity across the board, so you don't feel like you're doing it wrong if you're not playing a Spiritborn.
Yeah, and we have like a lot of the classes outside of the Spiritborn are actually in a really good spot. They're pushing pit tier 100 plus, which is great. And again, we're not looking to really buff every class up to clearing pit 150 easily, right? We don't want to create that arms race where we just have to continuously sort of ask you, the player, to chew through 20 different torment tiers because we're just arms racing that power so much.
Yeah, we do think that kind of our target there is closer to where the other 5 classes are, and Spiritborn was just too high up.
Of that,
and it's rather than try to power creep the whole game. We'd like to make sure we make some small improvements everywhere else to the underperforming builds and those ones that don't have enough love, and then get Spiritborn back down to a more healthy spot. And so with that in mind, one of the biggest offenders, or biggest power points rather, of on the Spiritborn was the Rod of Kapaleki here. This one is the one that converts your core skills into basic skills, and it used to do reduced damage based on vigor cost, and admittedly, the calculations there were kind of complex, and so we've simplified it down a little bit, where they will just gain the bonus critical strike damage. It will be substantially less. Previously, it was 1 to 3%. Now it'll be down to 0.1 to 0.5 per point of vigor there. We think this will bring it to a much healthier spot, but still kind of retain the core fantasy and the core build implications of this item. It just won't be pushing quite the same trillions of damage that we were seeing before.
We also fixed some of the issues called out here at the above, like viscous shield and things like that, scaling in unintended ways that were just way outside of our expectations.
Yeah, definitely some unintended kind of bugged interactions that were maybe double dipping or scaling too high. We've taken a pass to make those more in line with our expectations. All right. Additionally, we've got new aspects. Of course, being a class in Diablo 4, you're going to be getting new content every season. So we've got a new legendary aspect here, the aspect of Endless Talons, that causes you a Razor Wings to increase all of your Eagle skill damage, and Razor Wing critical strikes will grant even more stacks. So you can really stack that up. It stacks up to 50%. That's a whole lot. So you really want to be spamming out these Razor Wings and getting those crits to stack this up to as fast as possible.
Yeah, and this goes back to like just the prior slide where we talked about how Razor Wings and Centipede builds are getting some extra love in this specific season, which were more so underutilized in Season 6. So with Season 7, players will be able to see these new legendary aspects, of course, and then and how they actually tie back in with some of the changes that we're doing for those builds.
Absolutely. All right, we've got some updates to some of the underused uniques as well. Ring of Writhing Moon here. This one would trigger a Pestilent Swarm every 10 seconds. We felt like that was a little too long given the pace of combat in our game, and especially compared to some of the other options at the unique slot, the ring slot. So we've reduced that down to every 4 seconds. You'll spawn a Pestilent Swarm, and the vigor generated goes up from 1 up to 3. So a lot more resource generation, because your rings are often resource generated ones, so we want to make sure this is a compelling option compared to your other choices at the ring slot. All right, so let's talk a little bit about some of the broader updates that affects all classes. So the one I'm excited about here is the ultimate updates. So in the previous season, we introduced skill ranks on ultimates, right? So you can now rank up your ultimate up to rank 5, and that was good, gave you some cooldown reduction, some damage. But now when you actually fully invest in it up to that rank 5, every ultimate in the game is going to get a new rank 5 bonus. So for example here on Lacerate, we've got at rank 5, Lacerate's damage is going to be increased by 40% of your critical strike damage bonus. It gives it this scaling factor. So you can see on the left, Lacerate at rank 1 is doing about 38,000 damage, but you rank it up to 5, and it goes crazy high up to 119,000 damage because it's now getting that critical strike damage scalar. And so if you really want to build a dedicated Lacerate build as kind of your core damaging effect, this is going to be a great way to build around it and a good reward for investing all those extra skill points into it.
Definitely. I love to see us add more things that incentivize you to actually put some points into skills.
Yeah. So often, sometimes you'd see, if you just wanted the access to the utility of the ultimate, hey, it's fine to put in 1 point, right? You get 1 point, you get the utility, maybe you get some buff from it. But if you really want to invest in it, we want to make sure that investment in those skill ranks feels meaningful. And we think these rank 5 bonuses on ultimates in particular is going to be a really good way to pay off those ultimate builds.
Definitely.
All right, we've also got some new generic legendary aspects to really support this style that talk directly to ultimate skills. So we've got the Vehement Brawlers aspect that causes casting an ultimate skill increases all of your damage output by 10 to 30% for 8 seconds. And you also gain additional skill ranks in your ultimate. So, hey, we just talked about skill rank bonuses. Now we've got a legendary that will give you some bonus skill ranks.
Nice.
We've also got the Ring of Apigic Fervor, which says casting your ultimate skill will increase your damage by 8 to 18%, so a little bit less than the Vehement Brawlers, but it stacks up to 10 times, so you can get way more if you can cast your ultimate fast enough and kind of chain it together. So this will be really good for like rogues that use preparation to really get that ultimate cooldown reduction, or any build that really wants to focus around casting your ult many times in a row. This one is going to be a great legendary for those style of builds. All right, we've also done some updates to the rune words. And so rune words, Vessel of Hatred feature, has been really well received. We think that they've really spiced up some build variety, and we're going to add some new runes here and update some of the old ones. So all of the invocation runes have overflow. So the cost of many of them have also been adjusted to allow you to proc this overflow effect when you generate more offering than needed much more often. And then also the ritual runes, the ones that generate the offering, some of them have been redesigned to have some larger potential moments of this overflow. So an example here on the Seer rune, this generates a ton of offering, 300 offering at once. And you get that by casting 5 skills. But then, instead of just casting 5 skills and then generating all of it and then casting 5 again instantly, we've added in this exhausted period for 3 seconds. So you can get that 300 offering at once, but then you got to wait 3 seconds before you start building up those stacks again.
Yeah, so it's like getting like large buckets every like couple seconds instead of offering now with these.
Yeah, this is a good tuning knob to kind of make sure that, hey, we can give you this strong moment of power, but then it is followed by a little bit of a weaker moment where you can't generate that, rather than every rune always just being a steady amount. We would like to have those peaks and valleys. I really think that leads to more interesting moments of gameplay.
Yeah, it's about potency versus frequency.
Right.
So you get really strong effects, but you can't do it as often.
Right. And that'll play right into the updates with a lot of the overflow to make sure that when you do overflow, it feels really good and feels really rewarding to get that. So let's talk about some of the other runes. We've got
some new runes to show off.
Yeah, so we've got 3 new rune words here. The Nagu rune, a legendary rune that will gain 100 offering as long as you're maintaining a summon. And so, as I kind of alluded to earlier with the Shadow Clone section, summon is our new catch-all term for anything that you summon. It's pretty self-explanatory, but that includes things like Necromancer minions, Druid companions, Sorcerer conjurations, Rogue Shadow Clones, and even Barbarian Ancients from some of your effects. Call of the Ancients and some of the legendaries that summon those are all summons. Igni rune will generate 25 offering, but it stores up offering every 0.3 seconds. So you're actually generating about 75 offering per second, roughly. And you actually cash it in by casting a non-basic skill to get that offering. So as long as you're out there kind of spamming your basic skill, you're going to be kind of banking up this offering. And then when you cast the non-basic, you cash all in, you probably trigger the rune it's connected to, you get a big overflow, you get a big moment of power there. And finally, we've got the Chak rune that requires 20 offering rather, and this will invoke Druid's Lightning Bolt. That's one of those, it's not the core skill, but Lightning Bolt is kind of that other power in the Druid's kit, similar to like Earthquake or Stun Grenades. Yeah. So enable those kind of builds to really tap into that effect.
Awesome. Lots of runes.
Yeah.
Lots of rune word updates. Lots of changes coming to classes. There's more changes in the notes that we'll have that will be hitting next week. So players can look into those. These are just a few examples that we have for PTR. And of course, really need feedback on a lot of these changes. I know there's some people going in chat going like, hey, I'm noticing like, maybe you're giving a lot of offering and then there's a little bit of a cooldown period or something like that. Let us know. Like we want people to try those out, like test it out so that we have the feedback so that before we go live with patch 2.1, we can end up making any feedback changes based off of community feedback. So lots of cool stuff. Thank you so much for walking us through all the different class changes and everything like that, Charles. Do we have Dan available from Albany? We do have Dan. Dan
I
is
can
actually
hear
gonna
you
walk
now.
us through. Oh, there we
Yeah.
go.
I see
I was
Dan.
like, Dan was just like staring blankly at the camera, and I was like,
Yes,
uh-oh,
I
what's going on?
was.
But
Yeah, no.
Dan is actually going to be talking about all the new content that's coming in patch 2.1 with season 7. So Dan, do you want to take it away and talk to us a
Yeah.
little bit about it?
Absolutely. A couple of technical difficulties could not keep me from sharing this with everybody. So, this PTR for patch 2.1 is a PTR of a couple firsts at this point. This is going to be the first time that we're bringing the seasonal realm to a PTR. So what does this mean? We've got a lot of seasonal content coming up in season 7, and we want to be able to get all of your feedback on this content. It's pretty important for us to, like Adam was saying, really have those iteration cycles where y'all are able to test and, show what's working and what isn't. This is also going to be the first time since season 2 that we're bringing back seasonal character powers. So if you remember in season 2, Season of Blood, they were vampire powers, and you slotted them into your sanguine circle. And so for season 7, it could be a little bit different. Not vampires this time. This time it's going to be witchcraft. And so I'm excited to really dig into that right now and tease out what y'all can play in a couple weeks. So witchcraft enables you as a practitioner to call upon the power of the swamp to do your bidding. And so you've met some witches before in the game, and you're going to meet some more in the coming season. But before I really dive into witchcraft, we got to talk about your enemies. Now, your enemies of this season are going to be called the Head Rotten. Now, the Head Rotten are abominations that spawned from the Tree of Whispers. And you're going to slay them and collect what we call Restless Rot. And this is going to be our currency for the season. Now, like I said, the season is about witchcraft, so there are going to be some witches. And those witches are going to be residing around the Tree of Whispers, and they're going to have some altars. And these altars are pretty important to you learning your witchcraft. And so you're going to travel to an altar, you're going to make an offering of Restless Rot, and that's going to enable you to learn the witchcraft. Now, equipping witchcraft is going to be pretty simple. We wanted to take what was best from a lot of these styles of menus that we've done in the past and distill it into something that's very convenient and easy to use. And the result is this witchcraft menu that you can see in front of you. And so equipping is going to be super simple. You've got an inventory on the bottom, and then you're going to drag or otherwise move that power to one of the slots up top. And you're going to have 5 normal slots, 5 normal powers you can equip at any point, and 1 unique power for really special witchcraft that you can find. The other thing is that you can upgrade your witchcraft directly in that inventory using Restless Rot. So again, we're streamlining the process to make it easy for players to equip and upgrade their witchcraft. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be a season without some rewards, and so let's talk about those a little bit. This season, we're going to have another reputation-style gameplay in the form of Coven's Favor. Now, killing Head Rotten will get you Headless Rot, or killing Head Rotten will get you Restless Rot. But in order to advance the Coven's Favor, you actually need to complete Whispers. And completing those Whispers will increase your rank and allow you to unlock rewards, including
This
items
is so
and
different.
materials and things
I like the
that.
theme.
In addition, new to this season, you're going to also unlock at certain ranks new witchcraft. And then you will have new things you can learn from those altars. And then, because everyone loves it, we're bringing back the Resplendent Spark as well. So that's going to be at the end of your
we do love it.
Coven's Favor rank. And of course, the Resplendent Spark nowadays can be used from crafting, a random mythic unique to actually targeting uniques using a lot of those runes that you can earn in the game. All right, one last little thing with respect to witchcraft. So we wanted to try out something a little bit different. And so we've also created several powers that are lost to these witches, the Coven of the Swamp.
Ooh.
And so those you can only find by traveling out in the world and discovering forgotten altars. And these forgotten altars will allow you to learn these lost powers. And yeah, we just thought we'd try something a little bit different here. And yeah, let us know what you think about it.
That's
Now,
different. Okay,
let's
cute.
talk about some of the witchcraft itself. You know, we've talked it up a bit. We're going to release, it's over 20 powers for the season, and we're going to show you 4 of those right now. So let's talk about the first one. This one's really popular. This is the Poison Frog. So the Poison Frog, as you imagine, is a servant that you can summon that fights alongside you.
Oh, I'm taking a
As
picture.
its name implies, it will poison your enemies, and you know, if it runs out of health, it's going to explode viciously with a lot of poison damage. Folks are having a lot of fun with this one. Next up is Doom Orb. So Doom Orb is a pure orb of eldritch energy that circles around you and damages any enemy it touches. And it can also launch itself at distant enemies before returning. Also
Okay, I like
another
that.
favorite at this point. Vengeful Servant. So Vengeful Servant, as
Yee,
the
look
name
at it.
implies, is another servant like the frog. And this one will absorb damage and then rush enemies. And then last but not least, we've got one of those lost witchcraft powers I was telling you about. And this is Piranado.
Piranado.
This one procs when you cast other powers. And
Oh
so
my
if you cast a
gosh.
hex and an aura at the same time and inflict it upon an enemy, there's a chance that you will then proc the Piranado. And the Piranado, as you can see, sucks everything into it in a swirling dervish of fish and destruction.
That's nuts.
So yeah, that's a peek at some of the witchcraft powers you're going to be able to play with soon. But what good are powers if we aren't offering you some new activities within the season to participate in? And so these come in the form of headhunts. Now, headhunts are a whisper-driven activity. And so the tree is searching for these head rotten. The tree wants you to eliminate these head rotten. And so it's going to help you by highlighting areas within the world where it thinks there's a lot of head rotten for you to kill. So you're going to follow the whispers in order to, you know, find the head hunts and kill the head rotten. Now, these are subzone takeovers, similar to Hell Tides. They are going to feature a number of all new whispers mixed in with some existing ones. This was an opportunity for our team to try out some new whispers and really kind of tell a little bit of a story each time you're going out on a headhunt, because whispers offer us that opportunity. Now, completing whispers has a chance of spawning a head rotten boss. And the head rotten bosses are the things you're really going to be looking out for, because those are going to give you some additional rewards I'm going to tell you about. Delivering a head rotten boss's head to the Tree of Whispers enables you to earn occult gems. Let's talk about occult gems. Now, we're pretty excited about these. Occult gems are special socketables that have unique effects that help you fine tune your build. So they can only be slotted in the jewelry slot. And so this is a way of basically having them coexist with runes. And they only last for the season. So when your items transfer to the Eternal Realm at the end of the season, these are going to disappear. But in the meantime, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with them. Let's dive into them a little bit. So each occult gem has built-in defense. We don't want you to have to make a choice between, you know, a royal diamond or a royal skull and an occult gem. So all of these occult gems have defense built into them, so that, you know, really you're getting a bonus above and beyond, you know, those gems that I just described. And so here are some examples of them. First up, we've got the Elder Sigil. This is going to boost your damage whenever you hex enemies. So if you're leaning into certain types of hexes you like using, Elder Sigil may be a good fit for you. Killing Wind. This is going to boost your crit and move for folks who really dig, specking out with Eldritch powers. So if you equip 3 or more Eldritch powers, then slotting a killing wind into, say, one of your rings might benefit you quite a bit. And then finally, we've got Duststone. This is a legendary one, so it's going to be even more powerful than the other two I talked about. This is going to boost when you use Hex and Aura and afflict other enemies with those. So each time you do that, not only do you have a chance to proc that Piranado I talked about before, but you're going to increase the damage that you output per affliction. So you can kind of get a sense that the occult gems are providing you even more incentives for, creating a certain type of build. And, we are just really excited to see what kind of combinations y'all come up with. I think, yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. So final thing is, we were doing a lot with the Tree of Whispers. We've got the witches around them, so we thought, well, we should, take some of the quality of life feedback we've heard from players and try and address it. So the first thing we've done is we've updated the town around the Tree of Whispers. We added some more services to it because we expect you to be returning to it a lot more this season. And
Sweet.
we've changed the layout a little bit to make it a little more convenient to navigate and move the waypoint so that it's just quicker to get to the Tree of Whispers to turn in things. But sometimes, you're in the middle of a headhunt we found, and you're getting a lot of grim favor, but you don't want to leave. You want to try and go fight the boss that you just summoned, right? So we've also implemented what we call the Raven of the Tree. And the Raven of the Tree appears in every headhunt zone, and that allows you to turn in your grim favor on the spot so that you don't have to go back to the tree town. Now, you're not going to have access to all those other services, so you hit your inventory limit, you'll probably want to go back to town. But in the moment, when you're in a flow, you can go to the Raven of the Tree, get your cash, and then keep fighting. And then finally, we felt like we wanted to expand the rewards a little bit more for the Tree of Whispers. So we've added ancestral caches. It's a pretty low probability of getting one, but they're there. And these guarantee you getting an ancestral item from a cache. So obviously you see this pop up. I have a feeling you're probably going to select it. So yeah, I think that's all I have to talk about for the upcoming PTR. So I'll kick it back over to you, Adam.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dan. Talking about a ton of new stuff coming for patch 2.1 PTR and, of course, Season 7. I'm super excited for all the Tree of Whisper updates. I know a lot of people in chat are, especially with the Raven not having to go back to the Tree of Whispers every single time, being able to turn in Grim Favors right there through the Raven. On top of that, also just the rework of the zone, so everything's a little bit closer. You don't have to walk all the way across, to walk all the way back to the waypoint, or to get to the vendors and everything. So there's a lot of big changes with that. And actually, please do choose the ancestral cache.
Yes,
like,
so powerful.
why would you not? Yeah.
And I think it's important to remember we added the ability to favorite waypoints as part of Season 6 or of the last patch that we did. So it's super helpful with that Witch Town.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, people have been seeing some of the new witchcraft powers and noticing some familiarities of like past Diablo lore. And I will say we'll be talking more about the story of Season 7 as we get closer to launch, so players can hear more about kind of like the origins of all of like what we've been kind of talking about here with this story with Diablo 4. So thank you again, Dan, for walking us through all the content that's coming with Season 7. And of course, last but not least, we do want to talk about some big quality of life changes. One really, really big one that we're really excited to talk about. And Mr. Colin Feiner will talk and walk us through everything.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. So most of these are sort of systemic updates, so I'll talk through them. Paragon migration is more just a reminder on how the new Paragon system works. All of the Paragon experience that you've earned in a season is actually at the end of Season 6 going to be added to your Eternal Realm Paragon. So what that means is, if you're Paragon level 230 on a season, all of that 230 worth of experience is going to get added to your Eternal, which probably is going to level up your Eternal Paragon. And I mention this because we added the really cool Soul Stone. I kept calling it the Vessel of Hatred Crystal, but it's a Soul Stone. That really cool Soul Stone that you get at Paragon level 300, you can actually earn that on Eternal. So if you're not willing to sort of put in hundreds of hours to get that in a season, you can work your way there on the Eternal Realm as you sort of cash in these seasons. So we think that's going to feel pretty good.
It's going to be really nice as you're like playing through multiple seasonal characters, and then eventually you'll end up just getting enough XP to actually earn those rewards at level 300 Paragon. So that's actually, it's not like I have to have it in this season or something like that. You know, you probably end up getting it in a couple seasons if you play pretty extensively and you level up your Paragon.
Yeah, definitely. The second one here is now we are essentially tying the unique power. So if you think about like the Fists of Fate, that random damage roll from 1 to 200, that's going to be tied, the floor is going to be tied to the amount of greater affixes that are on that item. So if you have 1 greater affix, the floor is going to go up a little bit from the 1%. When you get 4 greater affixes, it's going to go up quite a bit. It's not exactly perfect because we wanted to maintain the sort of specialness of a 4 GA with a perfect unique roll. We've seen some of those on Reddit, and I think it's always such a cool moment to sort of see those drop. But it's going to be a substantial increase to the power of the floor. So it's going to be nearly impossible to get a 4 GA with a really crappy unique power roll.
Yeah. It's always great getting a 4 GA and then like
and then rolling
1%.
Yeah. That always just feels bad. You never want to be comparing like, oh, I got a 4 GA. Well, my 1 GA one is maybe better because it has a better unique roll. That wasn't a moment we felt was really enticing. So we wanted to make sure that the more GAs you get, just the better the item is comprehensively, just better.
Yeah, absolutely. So that should help quite a bit. And then I'm going to talk about one thing previously on that, which is ancestral legendaries. They are now going to, when an ancestral item drops, it's going to drop the top end of the legendary aspect roll. So if you think in Season 6, we added 5 more ranks to compensate ancestral being added. Rank 21 is usually where they end up landing. Now, ancestral items, when they drop, they're going to be at the top end of that. So you should always be pretty excited when an ancestral drops because it's always the best sort of top end ranks of that legendary power that could drop.
That's good.
We saw lots of conspiracy theories on Reddit of people going like, hey, I think like my Codex of Power is not getting updated correctly or something like that. And we totally understand. Like there was a lot of confusion behind it. We admit that on our end. And this just makes it easier and better for players in being able to grab it. It's not Colin behind the scenes on a computer like it was. It actually was. He was literally just like making sure you got the lowest aspect rolls or anything like that.
Grind harder.
Oh my gosh, it's awful.
That most definitely will address a lot of the confusion there, as well as just make it better for players overall.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm ready for the Path of Exile 2 content.
We've substantially increased the ancestral drop rate across the board. They're not going to be raining from the sky, but it's definitely a pretty substantial increase that we think is just going to level up all the different activities in the game, and that should just feel a lot better. We don't want to go too far where they're no longer special, but we thought that we were a little bit too conservative on our first swing.
And this will affect all Torment tiers, right? Not just tier Torment 4?
Yep, exactly. So all Torment tiers are going to get this increase.
Great.
And then the next one, so we saw that gems were dropping a little too frequently, constantly getting stuck on the ground, and players were capped on them. So we are doing a pass to reduce them overall, but to compensate, we're actually adding a sync for them. So you're going to be able to take gem fragments and craft random legendary amulets and random legendary rings. Those all obviously have a chance to be ancestral once you get into the Torment. So it's a really nice way for us to sort of make sure that you're never hitting a point where you just have so many gem fragments. They're worthless.
Right.
Awesome. Yeah.
And then the next one I think is going to be I'm super excited about, and that's class quest updates. They're going to work similar to Altars of Lilith, right? Do you have more details on that?
Yeah. So class quests. So most classes, or every class has this, special mechanics. So like on Sorceress, you've got your enchantment slots. And in the past, when you hit level 15, you'd get a quest where you had to go and help out a mage to find a lost tome. So for players who have already completed that, you are going to, if you do need to log into that character first to kind of unlock it across your account. But once you've done that, any subsequent sorceress that you make, once you hit level 15, you're going to immediately unlock that first enchantment slot. And then once you hit level 30, you'll unlock the second one. Now, for every class, the exact level is going to be different. It depends on when that would normally unlock, but you won't have to go through the whole quest line to do so. But for those of you who really enjoyed doing those quests, there will be a pretty juicy reward if you do choose to do it, but you're going to get that mechanic right off the bat.
Good.
That's awesome.
Good.
You
That's
could
quality.
Still just log into your seasonal character and do it to unlock the class mechanic. We don't require you to log into your eternal character to get this. Cool. So I think that's going to be awesome. I always like check the time. Like,
Yay,
oh,
the
I'm level
armory!
40. I should probably go do my class quest.
I
go back.
definitely forgotten to
Aw.
unlock my golem on my necromancers for a little longer than I would like to admit.
Well, production spoiled it as they raise their hands up in the air. But the next update is obviously a big one, which is finally we don't have to say this is in development still.
Armory.
Because Armory is coming with Season 7 patch 2.1. So, Colin, want to go through it all?
Absolutely, yeah. This one was a really niche request. We had to dive super deep into the forum. So that one guy who asked for this is for you. I'm just kidding. This has been a super hot requested feature.
Yes.
We're excited to bring it to everybody. So everybody's going to get this update. Armory is going to allow you to save builds. It's going to save all your equipment, all of your skills, all of your Paragon, all your Paragon glyphs. You can even name it. And what this really allows you to do is be a lot more flexible in the end game, right? So if you're really liking your fireball build, but you got this really sweet ball lightning unique,
That
now
is
it's really easy to
good.
just save off that fireball build if you ever want to come back to it, and you can start building out that ball lightning build. So we're really excited about this. We're not going to charge you for respecing or anything like that. So you save it, it's yours. It's even come with some cool quality of life things where we actually mark all of the equipment that's actually part of an armory slot. And that's really important to know because we're just saving the equipment, right?
Yeah.
So you'll want to know if you're going to modify this item that it would affect any of the loadouts that are currently using this item.
Yeah, if you take a legendary and say change the imprinted aspect on it, you know it's still part of that build, so it might not be the right one.
Yep.
So you do probably want to get multiple sets of gear if you want to be building this up, but it's so much easier to swap between them, so much easier to explore all the new build possibilities that we introduce every season with the new items and updates.
Absolutely. And it's in all the main towns. It's even in the training rooms, which is very nice. And it's important to note that we will swap it from anywhere. So if the equipment is in your stash or if it's in your inventory, you don't have to worry about it. We'll just swap it out for you.
Yeah, it'll just it's auto-magically does it, which is really nice.
Absolutely.
It makes it as easy as possible for players to be able to really utilize the feature, which I think is great.
Cool. So yeah, we're super excited. We're really leaning into the flexibility. That's why we've just removed a lot of the cost to switch around. And we think this should open up, if you're playing a druid, you don't have to go make another druid or go through 300 clicks to change out your Paragon. So
yeah, and I think one thing I do want to note is because this will be in PTR, we really need people to actually test it. It's a brand new feature. There's a lot of complexities behind it. Obviously, it's pulling things from your stash, pulling things from other inventories, etc. So want to make sure that players actually do get an opportunity to actually test it during PTR. Give us feedback. It's something that we're going to continuously iterate. One thing I do want to call out is in PTR, it won't have controller support. It will have controller support when we do launch it with patch 2.1, the final patch itself. But for the PTR, it won't actually be, there won't be controller support on it. So I just want to caveat that now for players that are actually going to, that do play on controller to note that it won't be there for that specifically. So tons of changes coming for Season 7. Obviously, all the class changes, the ultimate changes that Charles talked about, the balance and items are related to that. New rune words, reworked rune words as well. We have, of course, all the Season 7 stuff that Dan talked about with the witchcraft powers, and of course our new gems, the occult gems. So we want players to actually jump in and try those out, and with all the quality of life fixes that we do have. So I know we do want to jump into Q&A before PTR updates. I forgot.
I'm
Sorry, I
gonna
forgot
call it here. Path of Exile 2 does have a reveal for their early access in 2 weeks, so we are gonna swap. They will have, I think, a post after the Diablo 4 stream talking about the things that we're not covering here right now. But well, I'm eager to hear what happens. It's just it's rough right now because I'm like, dang, I have to wait till January. But let's swap over. Path of Exile, stream. Ooh, they got the pretty music. Pretty much Stanley, yeah, I'd say so. We have 2 minutes! Ah! And we got drops turned on, so be sure to stay tuned. Let's change it up on YouTube as well. This is my first on-stream engagement at all with Path of Exile, so I'm super excited. Whew. What do you guys think about Season 7 for Diablo? I'm excited for the armory. I think that'll be a big quality of life change. The Path of Exile does look like it's on Steam. Hmm. I'm just liking the music. Ooh. "30 seconds, here we go."
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack!
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah?
Then, Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Hmm?
That looked good. Oh my gosh.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, Rookie. Blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not. Run.
What?
Captain! On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
Ew.
What is this?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child.
Ew.
I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Pretty impressive.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this livestream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another.
Ooh.
The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said, my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice. We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
What's this? Pretty horrifying.
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Oh, crap.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
What a cool way to start it. Oh my gosh. There they go.
And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains
Oh. Buffering.
of the Vasteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are
I'm
challenges.
sorry, guys.
Monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety
I'm gonna refresh it. Why is it so laggy? No.
To get new skills, you'll first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing.
Okay, good. It's not us. It's not us. That's rough. They are just dropping subs like crazy. Oh my gosh. No budgets, people subscribing with Prime? Oh my. Oh, that's so rough. I feel bad for them. A lot of people covering Path of Exile. That's the login spam. It's the remote. And comments are filled with trash.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
Precious. Those who
Power
They're crying
intends to
something.
harness.
They're skipping through.
There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham.
The
Traverse
visuals
the
do look
barren
amazing.
plains of the Vasteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation.
Ooh.
On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3.
It releases in 2 weeks.
Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes.
Oh, that's so cool!
The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time.
That's neat. It's a way to get
Among
out
the
of your
skill
combos.
options for maces, you'll find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The Warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive,
Oh, this
equip
area
a
is
shield.
pretty.
In PoE2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
And that's behind my head, their meter.
Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The Warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the Earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance.
Oh, that's cool.
There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on.
That's neat.
Time for some ranged attacks. The Ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the Ranger has
She's
that
pretty
allow you
cool.
to jump around, you'll have a lot of mobility in combat.
I'm
Bow
definitely
skills
interested
have a
in her.
variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes.
Whoa! Yeah, that looks neat.
You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot.
There we go.
Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect.
I like that.
Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating out loud with explosive shock for massive damage. If you want to call on some suppressive fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her, while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies.
That's so cool.
Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists.
That's neat.
Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass
I
through
like
it.
that.
If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The Sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of Early Access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes.
Dang.
For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage. Or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're
like that a
looking forward to
lot.
what kind of things you guys might find.
And hi, Rexter.
Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems.
The graphics are so pretty, guys.
Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills in your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it. And if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
Ooh, okay. It's like Diablo, you can refund it.
Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time.
See, I like that.
This one
in
gives a
Cloud Butter,
chance
that's
for
so
projectiles
cool.
to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor.
Oh.
In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
Ooh, that's crazy.
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage.
Did you say chaos degen build?
If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the Canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
Dang!
One of the
Look at
things we
that.
think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs.
That's
Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this Glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't: uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character.
I like that a lot.
Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes.
I love that.
And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike Twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan.
Chronomancer.
The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies.
Oh, those enemy types are cool.
The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning.
That's cool.
And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses.
That looks fun.
And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of early access.
The explosions.
But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We
Let me
only
get you
have a
put
single
on
key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests.
Screen. It's not
If you want to open better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your
Talk
class
again?
and grant you 2 points to use
What's
in the
up?
tree.
Yay! Are you watching the
Now, there
stream?
are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial
Yeah.
of the Sekimas.
Oh,
We'll
no,
save
no,
that
no,
for
no,
the section
no,
on
no,
the
I'm not.
endgame.
No, I'm not.
For now,
Oh,
let's
I
talk
have
about
not.
the second ascendancy
Did
trial.
the thing start?
The Trial of Chaos.
It's been on.
In Path of Exile
Oh
2, you
gosh,
can choose
what have you
earn your
gotten
ascension.
from it so far?
Each
I mean, it's
culture
still going
Raid
on. I
Class
can't
have
really
their
talk.
own
It's
methods
talking.
To ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas
It
is
looks
not your
really,
kind of
really
playstyle,
good.
or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a
Do you need
third
a
trial
link?
coming later for the full release. While
Yes.
exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos.
Ale
Before
będzie
the
to mógł
Vaal,
użyć
Embrace trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished.
All right, check
Will
Discord.
you
Get
be
the
able
link.
to defy the odds?
Put it right
Before
there.
you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of
Alright.
3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental
And you're really
hazards
quiet,
like
by the
turrets
way.
or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking
That's rough.
turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets. After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways.
Did you get it?
This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time.
No, I'm just gonna watch your stream.
Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekimers, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there'll be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty.
What do you think of that,
so
Endo?
progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Cryon, you hated that?
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through. This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vaal research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse.
And are you there?
Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations.
What are your thoughts
in the campaign,
on having to
we have
repeat
dialed the randomization up
acts
to 11.
1, 2, and 3,
the monster
but in a
packs you
harder
will face in
difficulty
each
to get
map
to
are
endgame?
totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
Yeah, Endo.
There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can
Agreed,
optimize
Crown,
the
yeah.
content. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
I did not play Path of Exile 1. This is my first experience really watching gameplay and learning about classes.
This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes.
Endo, that's Witch.
As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast and have specific
Yeah, Endo,
items
check
that can
your
be found
text messages.
there.
I
These
was putting
strange
it in the group
structures marked
chat.
on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll
Mhm.
work out how to use them later. You
Blood
might find
Mage
unique
or
maps
like a demon. And
Untainted
the Sork can
Paradise,
stop
an
time. Like,
undisturbed
holy crap, I want to do
island
Sork
full of
just for that
beasts that
ascendancy.
give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations.
Yes!
A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower
Yeah,
will reveal
Endo.
a large
I don't like the
area
gender
around,
locking.
allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards.
But it's like, as a
Here,
gamer, you don't
slaying
really get a
monsters in
choice,
close
so you kind of
proximity
have to
to
just
each
do
other
it,
will
but
cause the
ultimately,
vestiges
I
of
like being able to
corruption within
choose.
them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you play PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each in-game mechanic needs to have a pinnacle in-game encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breachstone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. Fate relies truth. So
Sasuke?
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But
Oh,
rest
stay
assured,
on for Twitch
this is
drops,
some of the
guys. You get
hardest
those
content
wings
we've
that
ever
he's
made.
got. You get them
All
as like
these encounters
a
have specific
cosmetic
uniques
for Twitch
that
drops.
can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating
Fired
Zesht
setting,
will give
like,
you
on
points
there.
to allocate
Feature.
to the
Change the
these
game.
points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition
Right,
to the
Endo,
ones
that's a
you
really good
sacrifice next
question.
to. By the end
Like,
of
can
an
you
area,
turn off
you'll
the
be
story
fighting
stuff?
a truly imposing number of
Can you
foes,
skip
but will
scenes?
have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for meta crafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while
I like
keeping
that.
the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If
Hi,
you want to
Crux.
get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them.
Oh
They
my
can also
goodness.
be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more
Rexter
rewarding.
cheering
The pinnacle encounter of
25,000
Ritual
bits. Oh
is
my
the King in the
goodness, what are
Mists.
you doing?
Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the
you.
Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points
That's
in the
a
ritual
lot.
section
Thank you
of the
so
Atlas tree.
much.
Some maps have been
And for sure
touched by
be-
insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the
Ooh.
mist to maintain the nightmare,
I
which
think Endo could
is
like
as
this.
profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for
that's kinda cool.
terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which,
I think I
every
like
now
this
and then
mode.
you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the
Ooh.
decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next
Oh,
up,
it's
we have
separate.
Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The
Yeah,
Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts.
I got your cloud butter, yeah.
You can also
As
find
long as it doesn't feel
remnants,
repetitive
the
or
destruction
punishing,
of
you
which
know.
will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make
Rexter,
the
how are
subsequent
you
monsters
doing?
more powerful, but also more rewarding.
Learning to speak on the
Danik,
campaign
Rog,
is worthwhile.
Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches, But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame too. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random mysterious outcomes.
And this game comes out on December 6th
Corruption
in early
prevents
access.
an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Vaal Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break things as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city. but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480 US, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 US early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately.
Oh gosh, it's so cute!
The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want.
It's kind of cool.
The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin.
Ew!
Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect, the King of the Faradin Kiwi pet,
I want
and
him!
last but not least, a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vile supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vile and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vile weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vile did. Thaumaturge of the Vile supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vile Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout.
And this is only
Everyone
the
in your hideout can use their own
$500
boat.
pack?
Why not have
Is
some
that the only way to
races?
access this?
You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful
No,
mosaic
maybe
piece of art that
200?
shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you
Do you only
walk
get
away,
the
the glass magically
bases with
reforms back
these?
to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps.
Oh my gosh.
Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance Crossbow skin, the Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history, the battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development.
I love that.
And
It's a cool
finally,
book.
Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary to drop them, so choose
That's kinda
wisely.
cool.
Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy
I
D.
know, Endo, I know.
to the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure.
So this part's live.
You've got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content. Because, it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here clearly that's got to go the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is, a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like you get different choices. And that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaign's intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot.
I'm asking if you can
and,
skip cutscenes and whatnot to get to endgame quick.
It made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though because it's like we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's like to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on, that we it's like pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. That was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure. Well, I mean, it's like suddenly the whole, environment art team, it's like, they're all just like, whatever you're working on, just scrap. Not scrap, but, just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes,
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years.
I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's just this epic journey, whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time, so some of us are we're just churning out in-game with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it. We talked about it, everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when so even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Yep, absolutely.
Pretty
well, as I
exciting.
said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, we have to make sure that they also feel like, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like just having 2, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff, but certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has like, 40 axes, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know, because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you never know. Maybe end of day 1, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. It could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez, okay, this is where we've got it now, is it?
So, but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
Yeah, for sure.
A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards, like, as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started,
Welcome in,
it wasn't
Gabriel
even a
and
sequel.
Jesse.
We're just updating the character rigs, and over time it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, we just took this area and modified it slightly. Each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about, that like, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything. And so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, we maybe just made 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main attraction pieces of the game, and anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like,
that's good.
Obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like, there were times way back in the original Office, there was all this like, sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made.
before everything. The first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, yeah, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have. You're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it.
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE 2 team who have, who are, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact, because we release content for PoE 1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released. But honestly, like PoE 2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like, it's just way more difficult. Like, when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And like, there's even things like the passive tree, where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like, that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal, to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like, it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing.
I still managed to blow the count up the elevator.
I didn't say one last night on the elevator with knockback. It was
intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. He was in his like big wolf form, and I kind of trapped him there, so just barking at me through the wood. Good. I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe. Yeah, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the end game focus, and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta. And it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And obviously it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's and then of course the end game as well to explore. It should be pretty significant. We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE 1 leagues are, where you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it'll be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff I have. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point, there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's no doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Also,
that's
that
the idea.
people will be able to kind of get invested in their characters.
Yeah,
Because,
absolutely.
I mean, there's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So I guess we'll have to see what comes with unique balance.
You talked about like the playing for a week or how long are we expecting?
Yeah.
Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game.
Yeah.
Right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with like fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is like honestly ultra fun for me. I love it.
Yeah.
Now those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you should remember, like, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE1's, the end game systems, the bosses. It's not going to be this I personally, when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for like a month. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, of course, you see that's subjective.
That's big.
Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But I certainly want to I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. Maybe even diving in yourself
100%.
I mean, I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
Well,
that
as we were
new
saying,
discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. So
coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes, and things like that for both of Exiled characters.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're going to get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are going to think, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because 1 exalt, given that exalt is now...
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably...
Ad remove will still be...
People don't appreciate, by the way, so when we say we've increased something, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In PoE2, we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle,
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos. And
I think
chaos
that will
being
be
the new divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Who even knows? The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to?
I mean, we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025. I think really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that like all of the things, like we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are gonna just be a scramble of like, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and like that's always scary. Because it's just when we add content to PoE1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. With hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right? Like there's nothing we can even do about it because you'd need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 sentences, like actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We know what we want to do with
it's
all
a bit
that
unhinged.
Stuff. It is a bit, but we like a challenge. I mean, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because
right back,
we have all the stuff that we kind of
exciting
got a lot of the way through. So there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like I really want to get the Druid out. Like we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. There's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. It's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where there maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering
fresh meat
like a year down the line or even longer. And where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time.
Oh my gosh, Anonymous, I heard the beep on my headset. Thank you so much for giving subs. Holy crap.
Updates, whatever can alleviate as many of those problems
wow,
as possible.
You just dropped 10 subs.
So, yeah, you try
came
not
back
to get
and
too
gave me
strict with the
coffee.
planning has generally been our philosophy because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want. And what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point.
Gotta
Like, I was
get
going to
the
ask,
train
what
going.
do
Let's
you
go.
folks, what do the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also key to shaping the game in the future. Like the actual beta, it's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Like get back into this. People are seeing. Like actually getting back into that and like being able to sort of see directly like okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like and that really like that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, we before we released PoE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company like. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like that is our goal. And so like getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, within 3 months away.
Oh my gosh, Rexter with the 10,000 bits!
Rexter 101
Holy
just
crap.
cheered 10,000 bits.
Hi,
just being able to do that
let's
because
go.
these long-term, like really long-term things, like that span over years.
Oh my
and it goes so
goodness,
long
thank
without
you.
proper
You
feedback,
pushed the
like
hype
stuff
train to
kind of
level
gets
6.
made and
Just
then,
saying,
like,
that's
it's not really
crazy.
in a
Thank
real
you.
game, and so it doesn't get
Probably
tested
lose
properly.
perspective
And you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be really great to get back to that again.
honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and I'd say, personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that. That's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yep.
Plus, we have other systems in there, like, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And especially as you get towards this point of, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on because you get less people, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback and from the players and us just, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is,
I'm glad they're prepared
we're
for
always
feedback.
dynamic
That's
about
really
that
gonna
stuff.
help.
Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work.
It's a good attitude to
so,
have.
yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because like the game is pretty hard. It can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of like, things are difficult, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've seen that a lot where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again. Some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then.
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was that no? I think we haven't. Yeah, I think it's way better than it was. Like it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble with, just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks has run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then even at end game, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like, just like having to press all these buttons all the time. And obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at end game. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1 with the, some of the flask automation stuff that was added there. But there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure. I guess. Sure.
And then it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But so the point is, effectively, that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, people want instant recovery and things like that, but like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to Floss since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do? You
can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things, then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana,
Of
not
course.
necessarily.
Yeah, so
flask
we've
spam.
got Leech edition number 475 of how it works, and we've finally got it right this time. So you know, yeah, I think it works. And I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be. No, I think I was going to say Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one,
but no one is happy about giving accuracy. But no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat I bet they'll be like saying, oh, you know, it can give this or this whatever. But there's like yeah, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's like it's outrageous.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then that's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. But we'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, and you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Yeah, exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But yeah, as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February league. And you know, we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project is that you know, you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
funnily enough,
you know, it's like it's just like all that stuff is then you know, is like coming up soon. So but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, you know, I just want to always make it clear that, you know, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, you know, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, you know, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds how many of the uniques are broken? How many, you know, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that, you know, period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is that there's always problems.
Hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and you know, like
we don't have to see all the fires.
Yeah. Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it.
Yeah.
And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept. But it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or 2 of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because you know no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators.
Yeah.
How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am
Or
liking
maybe it
my
is okay.
mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're gonna nerf my build.
Yeah.
Is this when he's
Stay away from my
finding fires
grenader.
already?
Yeah.
No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, you know, and it you know, there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, you know, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Indie belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE 2 league launch, PoE 1 league launches. Are you?
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you know, you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both things.
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was pretty. That was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE 2 is much better than what it was in PoE 1. Like, you know, there's a lot more kind of, I guess, like that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that. Like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of like light, like between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that like I think a lot of people who got through the PoE 1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so effectively we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
Guilty.
One thing I will say though is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that like when you're playing a second time that it feels like we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning. About you don't take the control out of the player's hands.
So yeah, I'm personally a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying. Like, because there's just this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like, you know, like that can be cool. But then if you're like you're playing through the, you know, second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to just be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So yeah, like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, you know, because ultimately, you know, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that you know, there's like all those sort of touch points and you know, little you know, things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, you know, without having to talk to someone about it first. So you know, that kind of stuff is really important, just to make the, you know, that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
yes,
encouraged.
absolutely. So
you're
yeah,
allowed to cheat this quest.
Effectively, yeah. So effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
Yeah, like if you know you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint. So you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Sure. Yeah.
So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE 1, you know, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to, were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, you know, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again, and then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, "Stop opening Eldritch boxes."
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
But I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Yeah, exactly.
What's inside?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so you went out there.
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, "We need to rename that notable. He's Karui." And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in, but that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For sure.
You even mentioned that ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me, and has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you, and it's like, And so there's interesting things like that, and it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
We've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes. Like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world. They didn't just come into existence the moment that you.
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, find, and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit of
history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives, again, a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because, like, as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's like, I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want, like, the things happening around me that, like, build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's tons.
The baddies being cool. I mean, that's how we almost designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like. Kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like. With our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the, there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like it's believable as opposed to, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic and
makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes in you.
Absolutely. We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like play the Blood Mage, and now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost blood bending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character.
For sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah.
So you want to make that super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively in the full game there's going to be 3 ascendancy trials. For early access there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do
and
the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like, it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have something for all those people.
Hello.
There's these like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean,
just
you're clearly leaning into that now. You have well, I mean, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier.
First of all, I want to show you guys something. Ellie to come back.
Now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little
as an
able
early
to
Christmas
be focused
gift.
on a lot more.
They are
and you're doing that with
absolutely
the trials
adorable.
with the ascendancies. So
Little
and you
bling
can
hoops,
like you
just
can
like I
kind of
like.
do
It
all
was
of
so
them and drip feed yourself smaller
And
progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards
All right,
and everything.
I'm going to pause on this. I really want to see the gameplay, but I mean, they are going deep with this and talking about anything and everything, and I get that. But what's this redeem key thing? All right, let's swap over though. This is really cool, but I have had to get up several times, so that's kind of messed with the flow of it. But I mean, that's life. You know what happens. It's fine. But all right, let me get some of this adjusted. Okay, we're going to swap over and do Final Fantasy X Part 2. Go through Chapter 4, and let's see if we can beat it. All right, let me get the game pulled up. Let me do a start screen so when we clip it on YouTube, we'll know where to begin. But here, let me pull this over here. Get all prepared. Maybe we can even get the game launched. There it goes. You guys should be getting the audio for it too. Get rid of Discord audio for now. Follow alert box, sub alert box. Turn all this stuff off. But hello, it's AoElena. We are going to continue the next part in Final Fantasy X Part 2. I'm going to get a couple title things set up real quick just to get all the information correct in the stream title and the game selection. But I'm very excited, so let's get into this. Alright. Final Fantasy X Part 2, the HD remaster. And were we on Part 5, I believe? Do you guys remember? Yeah, it looks like we're on Part 5. Final Fantasy X Part 2 HD Remaster. There we go. Got that swapped over, and let's do that on YouTube as well. Part 5. Alright, there we go. Now the game should pop up for you guys. I'm excited! Let's get through the dang story! Oh, I gotta plug my controller into the PC. here we go. We are going to continue where we left off. 45%. We're getting there. I think we want to get to 75% though. Oh yeah, we were playing all the videos. It auto-saved it though. Not what I expected. Alright, and then my camera, I believe I had it about right here. Hopefully that's not too in the way. If it is, you guys let me know and I'll move it. Our goal is to be able to see a little bit of the mini-map and then some of the text that it could have over here and whatnot. So what did I think of Path of Exile 2? I think it's got a lot of potential. The developers do seem really excited. I'm a little bit concerned if you have to repeat story content, because it says Act 1, 2, and 3. And once you're done, you should be able to get to endgame, but they're saying, well, now you do the cruel mode of Act 1, 2, and 3. So as long as it lets me skip the cutscenes, that should be fine. I just don't want any like redundant, repetitive, archaic designs when it comes to that. The classes look really good. I know we're going to get 6 of them for the early access, and I'm really excited to hear that there's a total of 12. I just hope that the diversity is there, and build diversity is not just, okay, here's 3 metas and everything else sucks, but it's a genuine, you can literally mix and match anything. Like, if you want to be a Sork and all of a sudden you're summoning minions or something like that, or you're a barbarian who's using skills from the Huntress, like, I don't know, it just seems, not barbarian, what are they called? I'm not sure what they're called. Not berserker, it's something else. But I love the idea of using any skill for any class. I love that. Cutscenes look amazing, the bosses and the monsters, they all look really cool. So we'll see. I'm excited. I've never played Path of Exile at all. That was my first real experience into seeing what the game looks like even today. So yeah, it's a lot of information. I'm excited. So we'll see how it turns out. How did you guys feel about it? And let me get my guide pulled up to chapter 4. Alright, I want to make the game a tiny bit louder. About like that. Alright. Should be good there. Okay, so we're gonna watch the comm spheres. I'm not sure what we've seen versus what we haven't seen, just because I don't know where it's saved. Me and Warlug will see you there. Yes! I love that! Oh man, Warlug's freaking awesome. We love him. We got to meet him in California for the Spiritborn test. That was really cool. He's a really cool dude. It's
Shame
Lulu!
on you, Yuna.
What did I do?
What's this about a concert? Doing something fun like that, even though you know I can't leave Besaid. Not very thoughtful.
Sorry. I got tired of just standing around.
You couldn't resist helping out. You haven't changed at all, have you? Even though you so wanted to.
You could tell?
How many years have I known you? You don't need to rush. You know, the most important changes happen naturally, and usually turn out better than if you tried to force them.
Oh my gosh. That's how it works?
In my experience, at least.
Hey, Lou! You sure it's all right to be walking around so much? You got twice as much reason to be careful, yeah?
Oh my
Yes,
gosh! Waka's
Take
so
Waka.
considerate!
He probably doesn't even notice it's happening.
Huh? Yuna, what's this about?
Catch him.
Just
trap
girl
him.
talk.
Just girl talk. Get him.
Cause I'm thinking it's a boy. The way it's always kicking at Lou's stomach.
On second thought, maybe he hasn't changed after all.
Oh, this is adorable. I love that Lulu's gonna be a mom. New, I see. What do you like to go by? New, AX, Productions. Like, what do you like? And you're his moderator. That's amazing. I feel like I chatted with you before. I'm trying to remember. It was definitely during Diablo. Oh yeah, I remember. We were talking about Lord of the Rings. I'm looking at the chat history. And I'd raided in, and that's when you'd popped in. He said Endo gave Legolas vibes the way he talked. And I was Pippin! It gotta be Pippin! New axe. Got it. Alright. So, let's see. Done. Does that raise my percentage? No. What if I do it again? What happens? Oh, more stuff? I keep getting new events.
Hey, Yuna! We heard about your concert.
Too bad we can't go cheer you on.
Why not?
With the baby about to be born, we're kind of worried, yeah?
Oh my gosh.
Lulu's fine, but you know Waka.
Waka's the problem?
We should be able to hear you through this thing, right? We'll be rooting for you.
Oh, they're so cute. But they're not so worried about Lulu. They're worried about Waka. Are they about to like throw their hands up? Do it. Yeah. He's staring right at the camera. He's like, we won't move until they look away. Okay, we'll go. Give him privacy. Gotta respect them. Anything else? I swear, if there's more. Oh! Of course there is. I like his like face paint, his tattoos and stuff. Oh, there's Waka! Over here, buddy. Ah, they're all here!
It's time for today's surprise interview. Let's turn things over to Buddha here in Besaid Village.
Waka's pacing from the stress. Aww. Where are they looking at? They want someone to come over here. Both looking way over there. Is it this? Nope.
Waka, you're about to become a father. Tell us how that feels.
I don't know. Won't really know until I am one, yeah?
Aww.
It seems he doesn't know.
That explains it. If he knew, he wouldn't be running around without a clue.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
They're all terrorizing each other. I love it. That was cute. Got him. Once more. That's like 4 different cutscenes. Shoot. Poor Waka, all alone again. Is it the same?
Welcome back for round 2 of our interview. This is Dado reporting from Besaid Village. Which will it be? A bouncing baby boy or an adorable little girl?
Tell us, Waka. He said no. 5 times the charm? Do we do this with all of them? Shoot. Don't do it. Don't walk over here. Oh! Whew, I think we're done. Now let's move on to Kilika Island. Kilika. Kalika. Kalika. I don't know. This is Donna's house. We can peek on her. Donna, what are you doing? She's staring at a wall. Oh, she's walking. She's staring out the window.
You seem to have forgotten exactly who it is you're supposed to be guarding.
Was she yelling at someone?
I ought to fire you for just up and leaving me the way you did.
Oh, she's...
But I suppose I'm partly to blame, letting you get away with so much. I didn't give you proper supervision. We both need to do some soul searching. Bartella, we're leaving.
She's like practicing what she'll say.
Yes, that should do.
Does she see us?
I didn't see a thing.
Shinra? Oh, she's about to beat him. He's dead. He is so dead. Why do we have a camera in Donna's bedroom? I don't even know, man. It sounds like she probably murders people if they come in here. She's too violent with her words. She's an angry lady. It's for the drama, duh. Ah!
The balloons are sure to reach the temple.
Oh, she dropped the camera.
Let's give it a try.
This can't be good.
You hear Shinra?
All my best for the concert!
They put the balloon on the camera? Is she... I don't like her. I do and I don't. I want to and then I don't. Oh! Hey, we made it! We didn't fly off and get broken. The camera survived. Oh, it's Bartello!
Hey, look! These are some balloons that Donna sent us. So we decided to send some back.
Oh.
What about you?
It's no good.
Oh.
No matter how many times I try, I overinflate the balloons and they pop. Oh, will my feelings be stranded here forever?
What am I watching?
Donna!
Not again.
It's always so creepy when it does this. I'm like, oh, what's gonna happen? What bad guy's about to jump in front of the screen? It's broken. It's broken. It's Donna's fault. Donna be breaking everything. Oh, fine. It's so ominous sounding. Mihen High Road? Good, so we don't have to watch every place 4 times. Mushroom Rock Road, come on. Oh! Hi, buddy. Hi. No, he's busy. He's working. There's a buddy. He's leaving. He's...
Lady Yuna, why did you have to throw a concert the one time I can't go?
Aww.
If only I didn't have these responsibilities.
You could sneak out and come.
Hi, Rendon.
But that wouldn't set a good example for my subordinates.
Well then, bring them along too.
Well, if Lady Yuna herself thinks it's okay, then maybe it is.
Sure, why not?
Why not? Understood. I'll think up some excuse. We'll see you at the concert.
Oh. Another one? No. You did not miss the concert. Nope, nope, nope. We're still preparing for it. We've got like another quest or 2. I'm just trying to see if I can get my percentage to go up by watching all these like cutscenes.
Yibel Squad, form up!
Whoa! What? Right, Rendon? We're 10.
We have received reports that New Yevon may be planning to disrupt Lady Yuna's concert. We're to proceed immediately to the Thunder Plains and secure the concert grounds. Yibel Squad, let's move!
Oh my gosh! Once more? Yuna's calling. Okay. Jose Temple?
Podarfjo, erindri hivnegrden fiend ipanegigek dra piken optakant. Et pat so nekadines edri kusaderek tutu feder vegnago.
I have no idea what he said, but I saw Vegnagun. Oh my gosh, Rendon. At this rate, Yuna's gonna miss the concert. You're so right. Hey, she's gonna be late to her own concert. You saw Fiend in Bikanel Desert? Yeah, you're right, you're right. There was the Bikanel. Has something to do with Vegnagun. Ooh, maybe they're saying that these fiends are appearing in the desert because of Vegnagun somehow. Oh, they're so cute. Actually, that kid looks really disappointed. He's like, let me go swim. Let me. And the woman is like, sit down, Billy. Oh! Look at him! Come back.
Concert promotion is underway. Got to run.
Got to run! Also, those who do not know, feel free to click this link here. Support me on passes. Great website. I'll pin it.
Whoa, a shoe puff.
A shoe puff! He just passed through.
That's not funny.
He broke the camera. Poor Shinra watching all of his cameras get destroyed. Wait, I can just go back in? Oh. Wada Salam. Jeez, it's taking like an hour. Oh!
So you're having a concert, huh?
Yeah, you can come if you like.
Sounds nice. Everybody singing with everybody else, just like 2 years ago. Back then, we was working for those Yevon creeps. Me and Logos was forced to do all their dirty work.
Their dirty
Those
work.
were bad times. But then, when you went to fight Sin, and we all sang the Hymn of the Faith, we could tell a new age was about to begin. It was magical. Bring some of that magic back to Spira again. I know.
Why do
you
I
can
like
do it.
him?
I won't let you down.
I actually like that. That was adorable. He's kind of creepy and weird, but that was okay. Maybe we'll see the other guy. That was Orn or whatever, and the other guy's Logos. I hear footsteps. No, he said no. No to the concert. He said no. No, everyone's saying no.
Coming to Unapalooza.
Unapalooza?
Everybody else is coming.
This is no time for me to be going to concerts.
You can't come.
If I knew LeBlanc was safe, it'd be different.
Fair. Oh, that is a victory dance. Oh, that guy's mask right over there on the edge. Creepy. We gonna see LeBlanc herself soon? Uh-oh.
A concert, but without LeBlanc.
Yeah. Hey, maybe she'll come back when she hears about all the fun. She loves that stuff.
Yeah, when she's the star.
Good point.
Rindon said the blue guy reminds me of the Flash from the Flash the Sloth from Zootopia. That was a funny character. 46%, we're getting there. Jeez, these ladies just keep going in and out and in and out.
Hey, you think if LeBlanc comes back, we could try and hijack the concert?
What, and take on the Gullwings? I don't know. I think I'll pass on that, thanks.
Come on, we can show them what the Syndicate's made of. Maybe we can even get some stage time.
Whatever we do seems to end with us getting our clothes ripped off.
They're plotting something nasty.
They're just not meant to be these villains. There's another one! Oh, she's got like a belt thing. True, Will.
If the LeBlanc Syndicate goes under, you think the Gullwings will let us join?
Say what?
It might be a nice change of pace. You know, sphere hunting with a high summoner.
I don't care how high she is. LeBlanc is infinitely classier.
Oh,
You're right.
look at
She's
the
still got a
gossip.
lot to learn.
Loin.
Oh, that's not funny.
Was that Yuna's voice? Why did Yuna sound like that? Why are they wearing high heels? Makes no sense. Totally impractical. I don't get it. I get like a thick heel. Like a really, really thick one that doesn't have like the hole like a stiletto would, but like a thick heel that you could kick somebody with. I don't know. You should look that up and see if there's any logic behind it, Rendon. I'm so curious. Like, is there any reason? Or is it just fashion? Maybe it's just fashion. They're like kind of dumb. There's another one. My gosh, there's like 10 scenes. What is this? This all feels so pointless. You can hear footsteps. Someone's walking somewhere. Yeah, Rendon, just in case there's something. I don't know. But then again, it is a fantasy game, so it's like, in actuality, why aren't we focusing on the fact that, like, some characters are barefooted, or some characters don't have any armor plating on, you know? It's like, we could technically nitpick a lot of it, but I think maybe because it is Final Fantasy, it is a fantasy game. They're just having artistic fun with it, you know? Because some of the dudes walk around and it's like they've got like their shoulders and their chest out and stuff, and it's like, if you got slashed, you would not be able to use your arms. So it's really interesting. It's just a lot of things. Macalania Woods! Here we go! See, even these guys, they look like they got heels on. But they're kind of cat-like in a way, so it makes sense that their feet are up. But they're walking on 2 feet, not 4. It's really interesting. Oh yeah, Macarena Woods. Macarena, duh. That didn't sound good. It's all like the rumbling. Yeah, Rendon, right. And they're all gone. Alright. Bicanal Desert. Offline. Pavel.
you're shy.
Aww. Feels a little less touristy. Then there's them. Ban 'em. Alright, return to the bridge. Did we get the finding Tobly? He would have given us black tabard garment grid if we did find them. Yeah, I see it. Grid imbued with the power of the black mage. Let's see if there's anything new we want. Strength and magic going up. We want Festivalist there for sure. Just for Yuna. Well, that's strength and magic. Maybe it should be more of a class. Maybe one have Black Mage, Dark Knight, Warriors definitely just strength. Gunner could be on here. Yeah, a lot of these are just not strong enough anymore, like defense and magic defense. Only being at like 5 and 10, we have one that goes all the way up to 15 now. We definitely should be using some more defensive classes. There we go. So equipping this board gives you magic plus 10, but connecting the 4 nodes gives you plus 15. So that's actually a lot of magic. We like that one. Yeah, I mean, Rendon, some of it is definitely like this fantasy, and it's like to a degree that can be dumb. But heals, I don't know. I didn't see much in your response about the heal thing, so it's like I'm guessing you didn't find anything really on why they do that, other than just, oh yeah, lady, wow. Yeah, Rendon. Like Yuna here, a tiny bit of a heal, but it's like for a mage, I can understand heals. Actually, think about it. LeBlanc's people, the mages, the lady ones who wear the shoes, the soldiers or whatever, LeBlanc's she-goons, they are only doing magic, so it kind of makes sense they could do heals because they're not needing to run around a lot. They're just standing there casting spells, so I kind of get it there, I guess.
Why don't you? Want to check the comm spheres?
Well, let's do the creature thing and see if we've caught anything. Oh, it's acting like I didn't put anything down. Says when you're ready, go to the Riku in the cabin. Let's do it.
Rehearsal starting.
Miss Yuna and Miss Riku are nervous about their performance in the concert? Press X, circle, triangle, and square in time with the beat and help them get over their stage fright. You should watch the yellow and red symbols. You'll get more points for dancing in time with the red ones. If you press the same button as Miss Riku, your groove will go through the roof, yeah? Oh my gosh.
Hey, Uni, hurry up and change!
Where's the symbol? What? What am I doing? Right side. Oh. I'm gonna reload that. That was awful. Let's redo it, because I kept staring at the other side of the screen. I'm special, I know. And do I press it when the circle's big or small?
It hurt!
How do you know when to press it? You guys can let me know if I'm doing it right. I gotta figure out what the timing
hurry up
is.
and change.
What? What? This is stupid. What's the alternative method? On the Google, it's talking about literally just spamming all the buttons. Continuously press all 4 buttons one at a time. Do 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 do. What? That's awful. Is there like an authentic way to do it, or is that just button mashing like galore? I'll do it. I'll button mash. No shame. Let's try it again. They messed up the programming? That's what's going on. Yeah, I'm like, this just ain't it. It says even if the buttons are wrong, just mash.
It hurt!
Alright, here we go. There's an attempt at Dance Dance Revolution.
Hey, Uni, hurry up and change.
Hi, Chrysalis. Alright, button mashing time. This is awful. I'm just spamming everything. Look at all of Yuna's moves. This is terrible. Oh my gosh! Button mashing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're winning. Your ears bleeding yet? 618. So spam to win. Got it.
It's almost time. Do you think people will show up?
You betcha. The Thunder Plains will be packed. But what are you gonna sing? Wow, did you write that?
Cute.
It's more like I felt it. I can hear it echoing inside me.
Oh.
Len?
I think so.
Whoa.
I don't know much about her, but I'm learning more and more. Bits and pieces of her memories keep pouring in. It's like I can feel what she was feeling.
Thus shall Len's scattered thoughts be woven into bittersweet song. Something like that?
Hey, that was poetic.
Yeah, that was awesome.
We'll be arriving soon. After Buddy drops us off, he and the others will go pick up the spectators.
So we won't be able to board for a while.
You got it.
Let's go, Ninja and Rendon. Interesting. Riku is related to Shakespeare? I knew it. Do my frames look low? Hold on, what are my frame rates? It said it's at 30. Why is it capping it? What? Maybe this is just a part of the mode, I don't know.
Miss Yuna, what can...
Maybe we'll load out, it'll fix it. Would anyone have cosplayed these characters? Ooh, probably. I probably have to make some adjustments, but heck yeah. Let's save and reload. Something's up in my frames. That's gross. Quit! There we go. Relaunching again. Maybe didn't like the button mashing. Yeah, it's just been buffering ever since. Apparently I have to go fight something really scary before I go to the Thunder Plains. I don't know. It looks better. It looks better.
We're over the Thunder Plains. You ready to land?
Yeah. Wait, no, I'm not. I should have changed my... Oops. Oh well. I'll get over it. Yeah, Ozza, I bet.
Hello, Gullwings. Good to see you. Are you ready to sing your song?
Your song?
Yeah, more or less. You ready?
We've got a sticky situation. Some fiends have
sticky
shown
what?
up to snack on the spectators.
It's a salamander! Okay. Spectators? It's a fiend.
Pre-concert Hurtfest time.
Hurtfest. Alright. Alright, now we can look at the new garment grid we got. Wasn't that what we got? Was it an item that we got? Looking for the name of it. Smooth sailing. Protect against all status ailments, but it's Hypello, so... What does that mean? As it said, Super Ribbon. Yeah, I don't know what that means. A ribbon, but with extra steps? I need a festivalist on here. There we go. Yeah, music's interesting, huh? Auto shell. All right. I think they're ready. Can we click on these? No, nothing we can do with them. Oh, combat time. $800 on him. She just smacked him for 800. Water effect. Oh, they did water too. Kill it. typo screen? Oh, it's him. Power break. Armor break. Water did a lot of damage on him. Oh, he trying to kill her. Yeah, you weak now, buddy.
Ow! Right in the kisser!
Kill him. 1400? I don't get it. Children are allowed to see kissing? What? Have Riku healed up. It's a bigger fiend than a Shupa? Oh, look at that guy.
I'm gonna miss you.
Get him! It is wailing on him. Oh, fire does absolutely nothing to him. Kill him, dang it! Oh. Oh, that would have deleted him. Oh, now he's dead. Doesn't matter.
Never underestimate Yuna.
I'm so sorry. Excuse me. Yee. All right. So this enemy that we're about to fight. No dying against the rules. Whoops. I'm hearing that you don't really want a warrior for this next boss battle. I don't quite understand that, but it says status changes don't work against him. Oh, talking to him healed me. Cool. You could change pain to... It says you do want a songstress for the Darkness Dance. Oh well. We'll try it my way, and if it doesn't work, I'll swap. This wasn't it. Riku had to turn real quick to hit the other enemy. Ooh, what's it gonna do? 632. Kill him! We got him. Ooh. Apparently there's something special to the left.
Piece of cake!
Well. Ooh, look at that guy. Ooh, that hurt him. Poison Fang little butt, look at him.
Choi choi takanji!
Got him. Ooh.
Get out of here, kid! You bother me!
Zero. So you gotta use ice on the right enemy. Ooh, big fire. Hmm. He's just a headbutter. Got him. All right, we're fighting him again. What's water gonna do? Not much. A lot of farming over here. We gotta kill the little spinny thing first. Ooh, that did a lot of damage to the middle dude. Killed one. Kill him.
I could get used to this.
There we go. Favorite Christmas song? Ooh, I'd have to think on that. I definitely love listening to the classic ones. Like if you can type in classic Christmas playlist and it's got all of the popular songs, I'll have to play through those for a little bit to figure out what my favorite would be.
Don't want to miss this one.
What about you, Brendan? Kill the lizard. Missed? Oh, Riku's dead. She gone. Ooh, couldn't turn her to stone. Nope. How are they missing? I don't understand. How is he so evasive? Oh, come on. Is she blind or something? Hey, Otaku, welcome in. You're at work? Aw, dang. Been busy for you, huh? Oh, she dead. I'm gonna turn off enemy encounters just to kind of. Oh, there he is. Camera angles are messing with me. Take down subscribing on a month number 23. It's almost been 2 whole years. Oh my gosh. It do be that time of the month. So thankful to have you here. You're such an incredible part of this community. Aw. Mod Award 101. How are you doing? How's your day been? I think that's all the loot. So we could leave this place, heal up, and then run back in. It's lizard fight time. Oh wait, I gotta go to the left. Run, Yuna. Flail your arms. Get the dragon and tell him to stop hoarding stuff? Yeah. In the community? Ah! takedown. What even is Twitch? What is community? What? I'm hoping things start getting better for you, though. There's the cutie dragon that I keep running away from. Whoops. Look at him! Oh, takedown has next week off. Sweet. Dragon time. Oh, he's so cute though.
Isn't this cute?
See? It's fire. Let's do some. Oops, probably shouldn't have done that. Magic break. I don't think I can do any breaks on him. Yeah, guarded. Nice. Ooh. Scan him. Don't smack her. She gonna scan you? He's holding his little leg up. He's guarded against scans? How can your enemy be guarded against scans if he's just a dragon? Go, Pain, go! Look at how cool she is, guys. I think she's climbing out of lava.
Darkness is my ally. Those who cross me shall know its wrath.
Can't hide from me!
Oh, I can scan him. It was another move we must have done. So magic is worthless on him? Resistances. Immune to gravity, very weak to ice. So...
I guess there's no choice.
Don't know if it's gonna work. Ooh, yikes. I'll try this. I don't think it's gonna work though. We'll keep throwing ice sandals at him. Guarded, yeah. So Riku can go back to being a warrior and just smack him. Guarded? He's weak to ice, but you can't do ice damage?
There's enough pain to go around.
I got an idea. Everyone is just going to like berserk and smack him like crazy without any statuses or any weird crap like that. Oh, there's a dead one. Oh, stop smacking it. Drain? Maybe? Oh, big damage. Woo! They ain't looking good, guys. Oh, don't smack her again. No, 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 no. No! She's almost dead. And she's selflessly reviving her buddy. This is really rough. Oh! This is just the hot potato, but it's like a hot potion and Phoenix down. Oh my gosh! Riku's worthless here. Ooh. Get up. Can I even attack him? $387. Not really. Smack him! Yeah! Oh, not this crap. He's a little fire dragon. Pain just got one shot. Nice. Bye, Riku. Down she goes! This is why they said use darkness. Or the darkness dance or whatever. Riku again with a napping. Whoa! Yeah, he missed. We can just get everybody on board and use the haste and the shell and yada yada yada, all that. Swap back.
Don't bother blocking.
Better heal her real quick. Got 2 heals going in. Ooh, better heal her! Oh, Yuna's so... Okay, she's back up. This is where we just haste, berserk, shell, and protect. So all of its damage is virtually worthless. See, watch how much he hits for. Okay, that's still a decent amount. But we're hitting for a lot too. This may not work, but I like to test it. We got him! Woo! Risky! Oh, that's it for chapter 4? That's it? Now you can name the dragon John. It said once you defeat the dragon, you'll be back on the airship? Lame. Okay. Whoa, what is he? Power break guard? Oh, it's gonna be rough. Armor break guard? Oh my gosh, this guy looks evil. Delay buster? Anything? Yeah. Oh, he hit for 1700! Oh my gosh. Oh. 1 HP left. He's leaving him with 1 HP, guys. Okay, we're leaving. Yuna, no! Run! I do not like the way the map is doing this weird thing right now. Alright.
We're landing. If we cram any more people on board, this thing is gonna fall out of the sky.
Oh! Mission complete! Yay! Alright, I'm gonna go run to the bathroom. Be right back. All right. I'm back. Oh crap. It's doing the menu cycling. Oh no. All right. Here we go. We saving. Also, Takedown, I just saw that you resubscribed for 6 months at tier 1. Holy crap. Thank you. Wow. Alright, let's get back into this. Run, Yuna, run! Talk to Shinra, then talk to Tobli.
Sphere screen calibration complete. We can start anytime.
My Sphere screen is gonna knock Spira's pants off. Apparently Spira wears pants. Talk to Tobli. Where's Tobli? Little cutie. You guys know where Tobli is? Cabin or the engine room? Oh, you don't really get too much of a chance to go anywhere. Can she jump? Yeah! I don't see Tobli. Well, we rescued him, didn't we? Good, thanks for the follow. Hi, Azza and Will. Alright, back to the bridge. Tobli, oh Tobli. See him anywhere?
One thing worries me. The two groups are already locking horns. With their leaders gone and everything, people are just a little bit edgy.
I hope our audience behaves long enough to listen.
Hey, we brought in people from New Yevon and the Youth League. They're all outside on the concert grounds.
He almost sounds Russian the way he said league. That totally sounded Russian.
Hey, the crowd is acting kind of funny.
Let me pull the video up.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, this could get messy.
No kidding. The two groups have been bumping heads since they got on the airship. Yeah, looks like they're itching to start something.
I'll pick up the audio.
The Yevonites are here too? How am I supposed to enjoy the concert with them stinking up the air?
Hey, you Youth League dogs will never be worthy of hearing the High Summoner sing.
If the Praetor were here, he'd never let these maggots walk around
Oh
spouting
my
their
gosh,
nonsense.
they're awful.
What I want to know is, where'd Nuge go? It's his fault the Spear is falling apart. What kind of leader abandons his people when they need him most?
Don't they ever stop?
Right?
Seriously.
Well, Yuna, you're the one who wanted to do something.
Yeah, but... Right?
So let's do something.
Right! Let's do it!
There's Tobli.
Oh, catastrophic catastrophe! Dear me! What or whatever should I do? The spectators are making a spectacle. I don't even want to speculate.
Oh, he's
Please,
on the
do
ground.
something, Yuna.
Leave it to us.
Yuna, we're counting on you.
On with the show. Wait, we'll say I'm not ready to save. And then we'll say on with the show. Looks like we have an ad coming up. I'm gonna like snooze it for a moment so you guys don't have to miss out. Is that be up to Yuna? Well.
Yuna, we're counting on you.
Why?
Hey!
Ready?
Let's do it!
Cute. Concert time.
"1,000 years ago, before the time of sin, Spira was torn in two, divided by a terrible war. This was Spira's great mistake. Out of the rift left by this terrible conflict, sin was born. In only 2 short years, Spira has shaken off its unhappy past. We have moved on. Now, Spira grows brighter with each passing day. That light is our strength. I don't want to see it fade. Do you? There are so many of us, each with different ideas and different beliefs. Of course we sometimes disagree, and arguments will happen. But our hearts can and should always be one. Believe with me.
Even if we are torn apart, our feelings will unite us.
That is what this song is about.
Is that maybe Len talking too? Whoa, cutscene time.
Using gentle words to shelter me. Your words were like a dream, but dreams could never fool me. Not that easily. I acted so distant then, didn't say goodbye before you left, but I was listening. You'll fight your battles far from me, far too easily. Save your tears, come stop, come back. I could hear that you whispered as you walked through that door, but still I swore to hide the pain when I turned back the pages to try to find the answer. What if I cried my eyes?
So they're all seeing this. Get me. Oh wow. Dang. This other lady is Len. Wow. That's intense. Oh, Rindon, she's only been revealed in this game, don't worry.
Yuna.
I'm all right. I'm fine, really. It's past now.
Oh.
What did Shinra say?
He said it might be some kind of, interference with the sphere waves? Yunie's dress sphere and the sphere screen reacted with each other, and, the consciousness burned into the dress sphere was projected onto the screen. Or something like that.
Oh my gosh, so everybody saw it.
But that doesn't explain why it happened.
When I asked, he said, I'm only a kid.
It's Len. I was singing her feelings. During the song, I could feel them welling up inside until they just burst.
So she's almost like a reincarnation of Len, it seems
like. So the people we saw were Len and Shuyin?
And Shuyin seems to be...
Everyone's waiting.
Like Tidus.
Let's go.
But they're both very different personality-wise. Yeah, Frosty Tools is pretty crazy. Yoink!
Welcome to Awaka's.
Awaka. But yeah, Rindon, if you're still there, there's this crazy similarity between Shuyin, Len, and then Yuna and Tidus. So it's like you really want to get to the end of Final Fantasy X to get where Yuna's coming from, and then it'll start to make more sense as you dive into Final Fantasy X Part 2, and you're like, who's Len? Who's Shuyin? And then you're like, oh, crap.
Twas a magnificent melody, Lady Yuna.
Oh yeah, he knows about some of this.
The onlookers were all quite enchanted.
If it brings spirit together, even a little, then I'm glad.
Indeed, I believe it shall. As you sang, not a soul could help but realize the folly of their tiresome squabbling.
Wow.
Fists once raised in anger became welcoming hands, offering solace to a tearful neighbor.
That's beautiful.
I must admit that I, too, shed my share of tears the moment Len appeared.
You know Len?
Of course. Would you like to hear?
Yes, tell us.
Yay, okay.
Where to begin? About 1,000 years ago, Len was a popular songstress in Zanarkand. The talk of the town, you might say. In a more peaceful age, she might have lived out her years as a performer. But the times and her talents did not allow such a thing to be. You see, Len's gift for singing was matched by her genius in the summoner's arts. When the Machina War began, all summoners were sent to the front lines. Zanarkand was hopelessly outnumbered. Len knew she would not return home alive. Nonetheless, she was prepared to lay down her life to protect her people. Yet there was one person who refused to let Len die. Yes, he would do anything to save her.
Wow.
He was a young man, Len's lover.
Shuyin?
I don't know. His name has been lost to history. Whatever his name, the youth endeavored to steal the enemy's Machina weapon and save Len. However...
It didn't go well.
The lovers met a truly tragic end. Those images we all witnessed are most certainly a record of their last moments.
Ooh. That's dark.
So Shuyin was Len's lover.
And so that means the weapon that he tried to steal to save her must have been,
Vegnagun, right?
I think I can kind of understand how he felt. Trying so hard to save someone. 2 years ago, I was the same. Trying to find some way to save you.
That was enough. Knowing that you were on my side, I'll always be grateful to you.
Aw.
Maybe Len felt the same way. The man she loved, he struggled to save her. He fought till his very last breath for her. I think that Len's final words might have been happy ones. I love you.
Aww.
Yes, there is a connection. But wait. Everything is all wrong. He never heard. The one person she wanted to tell, he never heard her words.
Wow, yeah, that's...
What do you know? It's LeBlanc's game. They want to see Yuna. I'll have them wait in the engine room.
The way he said that, oh my gosh. I thought Riku was gonna follow for a second. Alright. To the engine room.
I've been hunting around since we last met, and I happened to find a rather peculiar sphere. It shows my Noogie-Woogie. For some reason, that chump Barrel Eye is there too. But it's from some years ago. I'm afraid it's not much help now, loves. How about you? Have you tracked down my Noogie yet?
Nuge is on the far plane. I saw him there with Gipple.
The Farplane? What is he doing in a place like that?
I think he's searching for Barrel Eye and Vegnagun.
Oh, so Barrel Eye is the one pulling Vegnagun strings. I should have known.
No, that's not it. How do I explain?
She's crazy!
Never mind, I don't have time for this. Boys, we're going to the Farplane.
No, 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 no.
Anything but that, boss!
He's gonna get everyone killed.
We are no match for that sort of opponent.
Now don't be silly. The power of love conquers all.
Oh, she's cuckoo.
It's decided. We're going to save Spira.
Yes, ma'am.
Well then, get this tanker moving.
Oh, gosh. She practicing her battle moves. She goes, hey, are you listening? That is so funny. The outfit's crazy. I mean, a lot more than her outfit that's crazy. I mean, this lady is just... Oh, gosh. It's something. Go to the bridge. Oh, Rindon, yeah, she's one of the first characters we meet, and it's something. Let's see, maybe we can leave before we progress and go check out a couple places. Can we just leave LeBlanc down there, he said? Oh. Aww. Dang. Yeah, Rendon, you're good. You're good. I totally get it. It can be confusing because you're like, wait a minute.
Looks like a transmission, but it's pretty weak.
What is?
I'm getting signals from the comm sphere we dropped in that hole, but I can't seem to connect.
Oh. She followed.
Enough, little boy. Move aside.
Oh, she's crazy.
See? It connected.
She's crazy. Whoa.
Inconceivable.
Just beat something that'll work.
Impressive machina. An invention like this could change the world. Whoever came up with this is a genius.
He's got good taste.
Guess I'm a genius too for fixing it.
Aww.
Anybody home?
Gipple!
I don't think he can hear us.
Aww.
No
He sees it
response.
moving.
Some genius.
Nuji!
If you're done playing, let's go.
Chill out.
Lost your nerve?
Hey, we're talking about Vegnagon. How the heck do you fight that thing? We can't even walk up to it without freaking it out.
Or making it mad. But I've got a plan.
If it doesn't work?
Death will be my apology.
No.
Whatever, man. When a Death Seeker dies, that's no apology. What about LeBlanc?
Uh-oh.
Well, she...
Why did it cut off like that? Ugh, just when he was getting to the juicy bits!
Not my fault.
What a piece of junk! Forget it, I'll go ask him myself.
No.
What about the Gullwings?
I think that we should help out Nuge. But first, I want to try talking to Shu Yin. I have to tell him how Len felt. I'm sure he'll understand.
How? We can't exactly make an appointment.
We'll just have to jump into one of those holes.
Together, this time.
Like a brother.
Gullwings! We move out! Celsius! Full speed ahead!
He's so weird. Why do all the blonde boys go into dangerous situations where they might die and I'll never see again? Right? Oh my gosh. And they gotta kill off all the cute characters. Maybe Tidus isn't dead. Chapter 4 complete. Alright, I'm probably screwed on a couple areas for Chapter 5 side quests. I don't think I finished Xanarkand. So, we'll have to see. Brother has no sense of self-awareness. Or he just doesn't care. Huh. Cloud, that's great. Hey, mine's now blonde under the purple.
But there are other things we need to worry about too. Look at Spira. It's a total mess.
Shall we go check things out?
I don't know if we have time.
Yeah.
Well, let's play it by ear.
Way to take control.
Gullwings! Round up! It's strategy time!
Hi, Richard. Cabin. We're gonna go snooze real quick. You always want to take a nap every chapter to get a little bit of progress. Allegedly.
Mishuna!
Mishuna. Brother was born with a lack of dignity and he's cool with it. Aww. Yeah, I get that now. the worst part of doing 100%? Oh, I'm definitely not going for 100%. I would probably cry and not have so much fun, and we don't want to play this just to get a percentage. I want to be able to enjoy it, and a game like this seems a little bit too repetitive and tedious to want to go for 100%. So, for me at least, I'm not doing it for this time, because I'm really just wanting the story and to understand how the game played and all of that.
Thank you. What can I...
Sleep tight. Maybe Brother's just been on the ship for so long he sincerely hadn't learned how to fit into society. Or he's got a hyper-overactive connection between his emotions and body movement. Well... Or he is just born special. He's quirky, though.
What should I do?
Oh,
if you
gosh.
want her, tell her how you feel, yes.
Uh-oh.
No, I have said too much. Miss Yuna turns her back on you. Maybe it is better that way. I like Yuna's back.
What?
She has nice backside, yes? Yeah. No. These past 2 years, Yuna has always been looking ahead into the distance.
Is he Russian? He sounds
Always
Russian
her
with
back is
English.
to me. I like this Yuna. Even
he's
more
tipsy.
than the Yuna that is facing me. In Jara.
I love hers, what he just said.
Is complicated.
Oh no!
You know what I say. We two are born bachelors, yes? Speak for yourself, Sonny. Oh.
Hi, sweetie.
What?
She is my darling, yes? What? When?
It is your design of destiny.
Ain't she a cutie?
Robert first shine.
Oh, stop.
He said, I can't take it. Oh my gosh. That's something. Poor Yuna, she just had to witness all that. Just keep running, keep running. But yeah, I plan to watch all the endings if I can try to get there. Yeah, love for the barkeep. Ooh. More loot. 8 Phoenix Downs? Dang, cool. We're getting lots of neat stuff. Let's go to the bridge. Alright, now let's see what Chapter 5 side quest can we tackle today.
We know Vegnagun is in the deepest reaches of the far plane. The only way in is to jump into one of those holes.
Yeah, but which one?
There's one in Besaid, one in Kilika, and one in Jose Temple.
And the hole that Vegnagun opened up in the Bavel Underground.
So, which one do we jump into?
Who cares? We just pick a hole and dive! Yuna! You can decide which hole we pick.
Put that brother down. He must have looked in the mirror again. No! I could have sworn I saw 2 barkeeps down in the cabin. I think I need more sleep. Ooh.
Made up your mind?
I haven't decided. Deuces. My last mission with the Gullwings. No, you don't know that. No.
We got a message from Besaid a little while ago. Looks like Lulu finally had her baby.
Oh!
Really? Let's go see them.
There's a message from Kilika too. Apparently, things are getting a little messy.
More bickering?
Sort of. Now it looks like they're bickering over the fact that all the bickering stopped.
Figures.
Lots of hot spots. Oh my gosh. Bruh. You're kidding. Oh. Could have been Xanarkin, but I screwed up. Yeah, I messed this up. I didn't do the monkey quest, did I? At least the monkey's everywhere. No one else is around. Oh, yeah, we didn't do it right, did we?
Would you like to hear about Vegnagun?
Yeah.
Although Vegnagun was constructed during the Machina War, there is no record of it ever being used. One could argue that the coming of Sin made war a secondary concern. But the real reason was that Vegnagun was nothing short of a titanic failure. You see, it was quick to respond to hostility, but lacked the ability to discern friend from foe. A weapon that slaughters indiscriminately would be far too dangerous for actual use in combat. Incidentally, this is why Vegnagun was never considered as a measure to combat Sin. Instead, it was locked away under Bavel.
Jeez, Gramps, you really know a lot.
Where'd you learn all that?
That would be...
That would be...
I forget.
Oh.
Oh, pity.
The years roll on and take their toll. Knowledge seems to be leaking out of this nebulous noggin of mine. I tell stories to put my memories into words before they slip away. Even if I forget the stories, someone can tell them in my place. The bonds that connect us carry our memories into the future.
People are connected. Yes, you've said that before.
Did I? I can't seem to remember. How embarrassing.
Dang.
Perhaps I'd best stop my tale-telling while I'm ahead, Time to make like a sphere and roll.
What?
Take
what
care.
a way with words.
I shall.
No. All the little lemurs. I mean monkeys. Whatever they are, they're so cute. A few monkeys don't bother us at all. The dome's been closed. Okay, maybe we did do something right. I matched like one monkey, accidentally. Yeah, as long as there aren't really any tourists here, but it looks like there's a handful. Isaru actually went and closed the place down. Wow. There he is.
Please, don't worry about Xanarkin. We can handle a few fiends.
You're really brave.
I would do anything to protect these ruins. Today's Spira changes at a dizzying rate. People flock to what is different and what is new. They are quick to forget the old things that stay the same. If no one is watching, this place too will be lost in the shifting sands of time. So I thought, there may as well be one man around to defend the unchanging. Me.
The monkeys will carry in his stead even if he falls. That's rough. Let's keep running. Lots of Phoenix Downs. East, we're really close to Dome. Would you like to go back to a safe sphere? Go back. Guess that's it. Aww. Next, we want to do Besaid Island.
Hey! It's a boy. You want to meet him?
Aww.
Yeah.
He's so sweet. Slick, I'll have to tell you about it soon. Let's see. Okay, I'm at a point where I can talk. I'm really excited for the combat. The visuals look really good. The classes look pretty diverse. The idea that you can mix and match all these skills, it's actually very similar to these skill trees in this game, Final Fantasy X. This one's part 2. But I'm a little bit concerned on the campaign story part. It's like, when you want to get to end game, will you have to kind of sluggishly grind through Acts 1, 2, and 3 again to get to cruel mode or whatever? And can you skip cutscenes? Like, will it let you kind of fly through it to get to endgame? And then just balancing like whatever that's gonna feel like. But it looks pretty dang impressive, and you can tell they put a lot of work into it. So what are your thoughts? I don't want to be in combat. Did he just hit us for 1200? Oh! Yeah, can you fast forward through cutscenes? Do we know? 3,500! Ew. 3,400, got him. Hi, Robert. I'm doing great, how are you? I got you, Slick, okay, makes sense. Thank you. White magic, we'll use Yuna. There we go. We're running. It says talk to one of them outside the temple. Oh, we'll talk to Lulu. Oh, don't leave. This is important. It won't let me. And wow, so like that's gonna be a huge, huge upgrade. That's exciting. Look, it's a tiny waka.
Ooh, Rakulida! Look at his hands. They're so tiny.
What do you think? He's cute, yeah? Good thing he don't look like me.
Oh.
Don't be silly. Look, he's got your mouth.
You think so?
What's his name?
I think the calm will end before Waka makes up his mind.
Aww. Well, you better decide soon.
No rushing, yeah? Naming my son is my first important decision as a parent. Becoming a good father requires intense emotional preparation, yeah?
How long are you planning on preparing?
Until, my preparations are done, yeah?
Walks off. Yeah, isn't that adorable? Now it says, go to the beach. For sure, Slick, I may have to reach out to you. Let me message you. How exciting. But yeah, we'll for sure be diving into early access. Turn off combat. I don't want combat. Nope, 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 just running. Good night, Ozza. You take care. Aw, the tiny waka is so cute. How pretty. I love that view. Alright. But we gotta go to the beach, so we gotta go the other way. It says look for Becklem. Look for who? Letty. Tasu. Kipa. Oh. Hope the baby doesn't end up being called Hey You. Ah! And Lulu turned down all the names. Oh gosh! Was this Becklem? I don't remember. Oh yeah!
Has
The masked
Waka
dude.
settled on a name for his kid?
No, not yet.
Never could make up his mind. I have something here. I'd like you to give it to him.
This means we completed the episode. Yay!
It's a memory of a war buddy. I give it to him myself, but you understand.
I'll betcha it's his brother.
All aboard!
Chapu?
We'll be setting sail shortly.
See, he gets it.
Cutscene time.
Sorry.
Gone. So we really want to give that to Waka now. And we're running all the way back. We're speeding through. Lots of running. There's Waka.
What's the matter?
I thought I'd go say goodbye to Becklem.
He's already gone.
Oh.
He gave me this sphere.
For me? Hey, let's see.
Waka, remember that time? Nah, you probably forgot.
Chapu.
Something I told you back when we were kids, yeah? There's a sphere on the island, I said. Showing Mom and Dad. I lied. Truth is, there's no such sphere.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Back then, you'd lecture me no matter what I did. Someone has to keep you in line, yeah? I guess I was kinda bitter. That's why I made up that story about the sphere.
Wow.
If you got time to take pictures, you got time to pray. Especially since you're joining the Crusaders.
Enough with the preaching.
Someone has to keep you in line with our parents not around.
Knock it off with the surrogate parent thing and give us both a break. I just need you to be my brother.
Wow.
His brother, yeah. I don't know why he just couldn't come out and say it. Anyways, you guys stay in the village till nightfall at least, yeah?
Huh. Did we go spend the night with Lulu? He took that well. Yeah, he did. Right.
That night, Waka gathered everyone in the village around the fire.
Well, you probably know why I called you all here, huh? I'd like to introduce the newest member of Besaid Village.
Oh, we already met him. Say, you picked a name yet?
Don't tell me this is a brainstorming session.
Like I do something like that.
Oh.
I chose a name. His name is Vedina.
Whoa.
Everybody, take good care of him, yeah?
I wonder what that means. Yeah. Oh, future and Albed.
Oh, yeah.
I love that.
Congrats.
I always try to cram myself into some kind of mold, you know? A blitzer, or a guardian, or a follower of Yevon, and now a father. I always get so wound up about what I should be. But you know, in the end, I'm just me. Anyway, I can't keep coming up with new wakas all the time, eh? So it looks like I'll just have to start doing things my way.
That's precious.
That's the way I'll write
really, Kedjin?
our story.
What?
Hang in there, Dad.
Sin was nothing compared to diaper changing, huh?
Wow. Yeah, it's so wholesome. That's so precious. Kedjin, that's really, really weird. I'm sorry it's not working. I have to look into that. That's odd.
Hey, sorry it took me so long to decide on a name, Lou.
It's all right. I knew it would be worth the wait. I had faith.
Aww.
You had faith in me?
Waka, we're in this together. Whether you see it or not, I really do rely on you.
Guess I'd better not drop the ball, yeah?
You won't.
Oh.
They're in their own little world.
Come on.
Let's not bother them.
That's so sweet. I got you, Kedjin. I'm sorry. Hope your stream went well. What any man needs to know that his lady has faith in him. I cannot be more serious about that. Yeah, that's big. And trust. Okay, one mission looks like it's been complete, finally. I wonder what percentage that puts us at. 53%? Ugh. Lulu became my new favorite character. Oh yeah, she's awesome. She's so real. Okay, after the Stade, go to Kalika Temple, or Kalika Island. Welcome in, and yeah, we're in chapter 5 now, so we're going through all the side quests. These are the balloons they sent from the temple. Huh. The balloon suits her way better than the weapon, the other guy said. Aww. Visit the temple. We gotta go to the temple. So because we watched Bartello destroy the sphere, and we watched the cutscene go over and over and over again until we get a new one, it's actually saying that we'll be able to complete the episode. But it does say we need to go to the temple. Yeah, Kejin.
Let me go to the temple. I want to see my sister.
This road is closed. I can't let you through.
What's wrong with wanting to see our families?
But without orders, I can't let you pass.
My. Some boys don't know how to behave. Haven't you noticed you're the only ones still nitpicking over party politics?
Ooh,
New Yevon
get
this,
him.
Youth League that. It's called a complex. Get over it.
Oh my gosh.
Weren't you listening to the song?
Aw, she just honored her. Very special.
Now let them through.
But without the order?
I just gave you an order.
Right away.
Open it! Open the gate!
Sis, I'm coming! Let's check it out. Come on!
Aww.
Songs are powerful.
I guess
Yeah.
everyone felt it.
What you felt?
No, not me. Len.
Wow. So we need to go to the temple now. Oh! Donna's not so crazy after all. We found all the monkeys. We got the Chaos Maelstrom sphere. Or dress grid. Oh! Death blast, she didn't die from it. Oh my gosh. Nope, this is game over. that's game over right there.
Why?
That easy. That was painful. Turn off the enemy encounters. Ooh. More. Oh, Bortello.
Daughter!
Well, it seems to me you have forgotten who it is you are supposed to be guarding. I ought to fire you for just up and leaving me the way you did. Don't interrupt. I've been practicing these lines for days, so be quiet and let me
finish. She's awful. I'll take it back. That's awful. Oh my gosh.
Please forgive me. I'll apologize as much as you want. Don't say I can't be your guardian anymore. I'll never leave your side again.
That's so sweet.
Shut up.
Donna, you butthead.
You're
Nice
making such a
Thrasher.
scene. How humiliating. Don't think that you're off the hook for embarrassing me like this.
She's the one who
You'll
confronted
be
him in
making this up to
public.
me for the rest of your life.
Run, Bartello, run! No! Run the
Bartello,
other
we're
way!
leaving. Oh.
Where'd the confetti come from? What are we celebrating?
It's so pretty.
In the world. How are they cool with this?
Hey, what's with all the balloons?
A Gullwings welcome bash? Ha party!
Trade Gamma Drasut.
Episode complete! Yay! You scored tricks of the trade garment grid. Cool. I think I forgot a mission. The Follow the Moogle mission? I don't think I have that. I'm not gonna be able to complete Luca. Now we're going to Luca.
The day that Blitz freaks across Spira have been waiting for is finally here.
Hi, Weather.
That's right, folks. Blitzball season has begun. Wow, is it that time of year already?
I wonder if Waka and the gang are here.
The Aurochs aren't coming. I hear they've got their hands full with babysitting.
Oh.
Aw, they should have just brought Vidina along.
And guess what? They want the Gullwings to compete in their place.
What?
Are you serious? All right! I've always wanted to play Blitzball.
No.
Why do we have to play?
Don't sweat this small stuff. Leave everything to me. Me!
So, are we in or what?
Let's do it.
I have been practicing my diving a lot.
I'm gonna regret this. You guys are gonna have to help me.
You might be surprised.
She has practiced her diving. What do I press? How do I progress this? I don't want to do it wrong. And good to see you, Leather. How are you? Anybody in chat? No. Scout. Oh my gosh. Oh, you've never played Blitzball? It doesn't give any percentage? You have 100%? Alright. Cancel. Yay. Get me out of my misery. Oh, you don't have to play Blitzball to accomplish this. Head towards Luca's outskirts and approach the railing directly across the stairs to Mihan. Oh, it says you do need to flag off the first Blitzball game of the season. How do you do that? Really? Whether you played this game? I have the playthrough on YouTube if you're curious. Alright, chat, what do we do? It says something about flag off. Final Fantasy X-2 Blitzball Tournament flag off. How to get the tournament option for Blitzball. You have to play at least one game? How do you get to the Blitzball tournament for this game? Does anybody know? My guide says all you have to do is flag off the first game of Blitzball for the season. Like what? How? Tournament's grayed out. There's no tournament at the time? What am I doing? What the crap? Do I just watch? She jumped the wrong way. Oh man. You're like just kind of watching here. It's like they're all doing everything. They have 1 minute left. It's a total of 5 minutes, I believe. Be right back. Oh, you can just watch it like this to really speed things up. Okay. That's fine. This is way better. I do the tournament, please. What am I supposed to do? This isn't telling me crap. No tournament. You just have to keep doing the blitzball season until you get to a tournament? Like, just keep rushing through the games? Is it like a 10-second match to see who actually wins? I don't want to see it. I gotta go run to the bathroom. Beauty. Yeah, we gotta blame Shinra. He failed. What do you do for train? How do you spend these 100 points? There's like no guide here. This is completely stupid. How do you know what you're supposed to do? We can do the tournament. Finally. Woo. Nothing relevant. Who won? Albert Sykes. Now we have the gull wings. Gull wings kind of suck. Aww. Gosh, they're bad. Why are the goal wings so bad? That's the worst game I've ever seen. Is that just RNG? Why was that so horrible? 7 points. Same dude too. Yeah, place your bets now, right? They're worthless. Here we go. Chapter 5. Oh.
Wherever I go, Spira is full of places tied to my memories. Memories of my journey. Memories of you.
A Moogle!
Huh?
What's wrong?
Oh, nobody sees it.
You can't see it?
See what?
You need a break?
Oh gosh, it's so cute! We have to go get him.
Wait here!
Yay! We got the mission. We don't have to do Blitzball. There's a furtive, floating, fluffy, flying Moogle. What more do you need to know? Chase after it. Get the Moogle! Can't let that little punk get away. Oh. Gosh, guys. Does the game want me to cry?
No one else can see it?
Oh. Yeah, right, Rendon? Get back here, you dang little Moogle. What if it's Titus? This Moogle is Titus. That's what's going on. It's Titus. Oh. Oh. god, you've subscribed. Let's go on month number
These are
13.
our memories, yours and mine. But I don't think I'm ready to let them be memories yet.
Oh.
Maybe I'm confused, but it's okay.
What's with you?
A dream, I think. My heart won't stop pounding.
That's not a dream. Not if your heart's pounding like that. You and someone you care about are connected somehow. That's what it is.
How worldly.
I felt that way too.
About who?
I don't know.
Spill it.
Maybe we can trade secrets.
You drive a hard bargain.
I guess everyone's like this. We cling to our secrets, our doubts, our memories. We're never able to put them aside. Even though they confuse us, there are some things we can only find in that confusion. I think it's okay to feel that way.
Episode complete. Alright. That's another one done. Now we gotta do another one. I think it's Meehan. This is where we had the who's the perpetrator. Rin's waiting outside, okay. Who's guilty? Did I ruin this quest or did we pass it?
I am glad you are all here.
Ooh.
I would like to talk about the recent string of incidents occurring on the high road.
Oh, the Chocobo Eater. We got him. Let us discuss the circumstances surrounding the hover crash. It seems that not everyone wants Machina around. Someone's been trying to destroy the high road's Machina, starting with that hover. Investigation of the new road yielded a vital clue. Marks were found suggesting that something fell into the ravine below. As you have no doubt realized, someone or something pushed the hover off of the road. Lady Yuna, suppose you wanted to push a hover off a cliff. How would you go about doing it? Me? I'm not strong enough. That is correct. You, Lady Yuna, are not. If you had a fiend-like strength, however, you could probably manage. In other words, the hover was attacked with extraordinary force and knocked into the ravine. Now, let us consider the runaway drone Machina. But then again, perhaps runaway is not the best word. Machina don't just run amok on their own, now do they? My investigation has revealed that the drone Machina did not malfunction. Rather, they were programmed to grow violent. Remo the Great subscribing. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. Intoxify, I bet. Wow, I'm thinking of getting a PS5 Pro, but I'm still pondering. Of course, it may have all been the result of pure coincidence. Perhaps the guilty party merely fiddled with the drone's Machina control panel after seeing someone else do the same. I am convinced that is exactly how it all happened. I would like to call a witness. This is the pilot of the crashed hover. Surely you saw the one who pushed the hover off the new road? Huh? I see. Just as I thought. Oh gosh, the suspense!
It is clear our guilty party wanted to rid the High Road of its machina. Lady Yuna, what do you think would happen if the High Road no longer had any machina?
We'd need chocobos instead.
That is correct. Travelers would use chocobos instead of hovers.
I'm scared. He's gonna call
It
me.
all boils down to this. The culprit's objective, obviously, was to bring chocobos back to the High Road.
What?
I recently witnessed a certain party chasing after a gull.
Ah.
This was no playful pursuit, but rather a sincere hunt for food by a starving creature. Hungry, it tried to devour its prey. It, of course, meaning that fiend which craves chocobos.
Ew.
With its main course gone from the High Road, the creature instinctively knew machina are responsible. Destroy them, and the chocobos will return. And that is when it used its formidable strength to topple the hover.
Knew it.
Further, when it discovered the machina's control panel, it somehow pressed the right buttons to cause the machina to go haywire.
It wasn't Riku.
This fiend is truly an impressive creature. It has managed to thoroughly disrupt our daily affairs, even if it was just pure luck. Fiend or not, I admire it greatly for its tenacious pursuit of its goals. In honor of that tenacity, I will use the resources available to me to return chocobos to the High Road.
Ah.
Farewell, my friend.
Are they gonna kill him?
The chocobos deserve to live without fear of being devoured.
That's right. Get obliterated, chocobo eater. Into the void of nothingness you go.
Well, Lady Yuna, is it not pleasant to be rocked back and forth astride a chocobo?
Oh,
The chocobos seem happier with that fiend finally gone.
So, what are you gonna do with it?
Winya padan ufa chagufe.
You and brother... something?
So, a happy ending for everyone.
Maybe you
Unless
and someone
you're a
else.
fiend.
Anywho, let's get back to the airship.
Wow, look at her go.
Wait! Oh! Somebody stop this thing!
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh! That was cute! From now on, you can ride chocobos on the Mihen High Road. Talk to the hover attendant for more information. There's another. What happens if you get Riku as the culprit? That's what I was trying to go for. It did not work. I knew you were supposed to get a reward, but what happens story-wise? Now we need to go to Mushroom Rock Road. Chocobo, run! It's time for the chocobos! What's he say though? Is he like, Riku, you're awful? Or is he like, I forgive you?
Lady Yuna! I went to your concert! It was spectacular! I was so moved!
Dang.
Thanks to you, we should be able to resolve our conflicts with New Yevon peacefully. The guys who went to the concert have been going around pushing for a truce.
That's great!
Sadly, there are a great many League members who don't know what to do with their energy. It may sound odd, but they're unhappy about losing the chance to fight. They are so ready to blow up. But Commander Lucille thought of this great idea.
Like, what if everybody blew off some steam with a battle tournament?
Sounds like fun.
Uni, maybe we should enter.
That would be so cool!
I love it.
Yibel's handling registration, so if you're competing, talk to him.
Yeah.
Will you be competing in the tournament?
Yes.
Understood. Allow me to lead the way.
Ah.
The High Summoner Yuna has graciously agreed to help test our strength. Step forward if you are confident in your skill.
Ooh, I wanna... I, too, accept the honor of entering the tournament. I will never forget the day I was allowed to challenge Lady Yuna.
Aww.
Very well. All units take your positions.
All right.
Let the first round commence.
Huh? Me? May the best warrior win.
Ooh. Oh. Knocked him on his butt. Oh. Knocked him on his butt. My game crashed. Ugh, I hate when that happens. Man, I was doing so good. It's because I was winning, that's why.
The High Summoner Yuna, step forward.
Ooh, I will never forget the...
Very well. All units take your positions. Let the first round commence.
Yeah.
Huh? Me? May the best warrior
Yeah,
win.
let's kill each other for fun to let off some steam. Kill. Probably better to use big attacks. 948. Jeez. We win.
Flawless victory.
I know.
The next challenger awaits.
Oh, couldn't do crap. Bonk. Guarded. What? Oh.
Sorry.
Kill him!
Don't want to miss this one.
I'm gonna miss you.
Got him!
We're on a roll!
We're bullies.
Well done, Lady Yuna.
Ah ha ha ha. Kill.
Nice work!
You make combat look effortless.
That's because she is the one who saved the world. So of course she'd kill these regular bros. They're just dudes. Not much. Flash bomb. Oh! They're inflicting statuses. Ooh, Yuna's about to get the delete.
Here comes a big one.
Missed. Woo, that was so close. Just for the overkill.
Let us continue.
Getting a little harder. Oh my. Whoa. Confused sometimes, one of them will smack each other. Oh, 1600. They definitely want Yuna dead. Alright, now we're using Berserk, Haste, Shell, and Protect. So they're gonna be able to do nothing but kill. Oh, that didn't take long.
Next.
All right, it's Elma time.
No break?
Lady Yuna, give me all you've got.
Gullwings at your service.
Uh-oh. Oh, guarded.
Worm.
Worm? Yeah, Rendon. The screams, I love it. Uh-oh. Still hit her. Oh, no, 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 no. Hey, shell protect, yeah. Oh, jeez. Now they're monsters. Oh. Silence Riku. This is rough. We killed one of their soldiers. Beat her with a flip-flop. Got Elma. Oh, got the other guy. Dang, Otaku.
Magnificent, Lady Yuna. Elma, you too fought well.
Aww.
Learn from this defeat.
Commander.
Who will be next? What? Will no one step forward?
Well, I guess we're done.
You're forgetting someone.
Me? Lady Yuna, if I may?
I'd be honored.
Dang.
The honor is mine. Please be gentle.
Watch her be like a nightmare. What the crap? Miss? Oh, yikes. Oh! Alright, Lucille, let's see. Not really weak to anything. Got her with thunder. Transform time. Yeah, defeat my ultimate. She killed Riku! How did she kill Riku? What'd she do? No, I've not used anyone else's dress spears. Oh my gosh. Why is she so horrifying? Too late. Load? You missed a power break. Ah! Boing! Alright, chat, I'm back. So Yuna got killed. We gotta save her. Phoenix down. They're slowed, so we really gotta figure that out. Remedy. Got her up. Item. All the item cycling is kind of Did I start throwing crap at her? Guarded, of course. Doom! No! Why is she always casting Doom on her?
Joy joyって感じ
Only 300? I wonder why they always miss. Can I shut her up? Oh, 1300. Oh, and she just heals it away. Oh no, she's using the bad things. Oh. Doom got her. This is really bad. Riku's speedy though, it'll be alright. Oh my gosh, this is getting obnoxious. Hi Charles, welcome back. You don't need to apologize at all. Oh boy, get the ladies back up. finally we got her. Yeah, she should have been saving
Commander.
Spira.
Thank you, Lady Yuna. It was a good match.
You really are amazing, Lady Yuna.
You were incredible too, Commander.
Whoa, we got a lot of rewards.
Now is the perfect time for me to tell you something that has been on my mind. It concerns the Youth League and Spira's future. When the calm arrived 2 years ago, it echoed deep in the hearts of Spira's youth. With Sin's defeat, we had lost not only our mortal enemy, but also our purpose in life. I too felt lost. I did not know what direction to take, where to channel my energy. It was Maven Nuge who guided our lost generation to a new purpose, to uncover Spira's true past. This is the same man who was once called Deathseeker, who made no attempt to hide his despair. What caused Maven Nuge to change? That is not for us to know. Nonetheless, under Nuge's leadership, we finally found a way to apply our strength. But look at us now. The power we hope to use for good has intoxicated us all, even Nuge. The Youth League is in danger of becoming a mindless band of thugs that know only violence. A power that destroys rather than creates, without meaning, no better than sin.
Wow, she's calling it out.
Do you remember why the Youth League seeks the truth behind Spira's past? Because Spira's past is the foundation for its future. Our power exists so that we may cut a new road to a new age. An age where children will never have to lift a sword.
Yeah, she's awesome. That was good. A lot of items were used, though. Now we want to go to Moonflow. I think we missed out on Moonflow, though, but we'll try it. Where's Tobly? There he is.
Unipalooza was a super smasherific success! But we mustn't let success go to our heads. No, no, no! We must succeed again once more! Well, do relax and enjoy it. The show, I mean.
Aww.
Oh, how sensationally sensational! More or less.
Oh, it's so cute. Hi, Chris. Welcome in. I'm missing something to conclude the chapter. Aww, they're happy about Tobly. Is there a way to like progress? Sounds good, Rendon. You take care. Didn't let me change the camera or anything, no. Like, did we approach it from the wrong side? I don't know. Maybe I talk to the enemies? Or not the enemies, the people? Do we ride the shoe puff? Take the shoe puff?
Right? All. Right? Oh!
Look at the shoe puff. Right, Titus. Here's saying probably the same thing. There's a handful I did not do.
Fatet nakinar och makinar luknilde. Jutpim diki bandfeba. Odaja we luyem pe drek drech.
Well now, that sounds like a date.
He wants us to challenge their unbeatable machina.
Rufie pueden, net.
Jade, thank you for subscribing. Let's go. 5 months. Power break.
This is the part where you get hurt.
Hard. Oh my goodness, Jade, how are you doing? Uh-oh. What? What? Why is it frozen? This game is so buggy, man. Nothing. Yes. Force quit it again. The music is beautiful, yeah. Yuna with a gun, nice.
Sleep in the darkness.
There's enough pain to go around. I guess there's no choice.
Water doesn't do much. Ooh, 820. Darkness doesn't either. Or I guess the Demi doesn't. Riku. Oh my gosh. I know what Riku can do. Duh. She can go gunner.
I guess there's no choice.
I don't think he's considered a mech, but we'll try it. Yeah, he's not a mech, he's a machina.
Here comes your favorite kind of bullet.
How is this bro not dead yet? Learn bio and Doom, scan level 3. Yeah! Let's go!
We really trashed it. Tell him this.
Diga Windelik Yut Krujai.
And mega win your daddy da.
Hey, he understood me.
Fiddler Ween Mikey-ka.
Find repair manual so you can fight the experiment again. It's still a work in progress, so you can power it up even more with any special assemblies you dig up in the desert. Ah, one repair manual. Jump when they jump at the same time? Okay. Got it. So there's a guy who'll give you a password. You're gonna fight the masterpiece? Nice knowing you, he says. Maybe it's him who has the password. Marnella? Hey, be right back. Hi, guys. All right. And next... Now we gotta go to the Calmlands Ruin Depths. Not sure where this one is. Pretty big quest. We can try to do the dig quest again. If the dig quest is locked, we're probably out of luck. We'll see what we have so far.
Boy, am I glad you're here.
Madsakiak.
We've got a prickly situation. Fiends are attacking the Cactuar Nation.
We'll take care of it. Benzo, let's go!
I was wrong. She doesn't get dragged into trouble.
She jumps in head first.
Well. Ooh, he looks cool. That's probably the coolest enemy I've seen. Oh!
What?
Not that.
What's happening?
The big one. Oh, crap. What is this?
These are no garden variety fiends.
Let's ask Marnala. She knows more than I do.
So, where is Marnala? It talked!
I'll interpret.
Sure, okay. Marnala, do you know what's going on?
An ancient and terrifying fiend that long slept beneath the earth has awoken. The fiend is now headed here. We must lose no time in raising the great Haboob. Only the 10 gatekeepers are capable of raising this magical barrier.
That's the gist of it.
Yuna!
gosh.
Impossible.
Wow, did she get him?
No. She says she's struggling just to buy us time.
Kizen, thank you for subscribing.
Please, find the gatekeepers before Marnala's strength gives out.
Find the gatekeepers? Oh. Is that around the world?
That's the gist of it.
Well. What's over here? Assembly A. Ambushed? Bruh.
I could do this blindfolded.
Go ahead.
Ever seen this before?
Ooh, we killed her.
This is fun.
He just murdered Pain, no big deal. Yeah, those aren't pieces. This just seems like it'd take way too long. Got it.
Whoa! A shoe puff? What's a shoe puff doing in the middle of the desert?
Good question.
Yuna, look out!
Oh my gosh.
I'm on a roll!
Oh, it healed it! Don't use thunder.
So what's next? Is it gonna make me kill like 10 of them? Got him. Let's go, Micah. Welcome in. Looks like they're on the verge of completely collapsing, but I don't get the logic in the way they're doing this fight. Got him.
Oh, enough already!
see how many points you've gotten so far.
The memories of the Guado echo in the streets of Guado Salam. But there is nobody here to inherit them. What happens to memories when no one remains to speak of them? I'm so lost in this next one. Did we talk to Tromel Guado outside the Blanc's home? I don't even think I saw them. Are the Guado all dead now? Nothing at Guado Salon. Said head to Bavel again, go to the entrance. Welcome back, Otaku! We're trying to complete side quests in chapter 5. I don't know if I'll get the good ending, we'll see. I'm only at 57%.
Hey!
Hi, Maroda. Aren't you a member of the Youth League? What are you doing in front of New Yevon's headquarters?
Actually, New Yevon invited me. More like begged me, really. The chain of command here has fallen apart. Now they're scared Bavel will be left defenseless. They're so desperate to keep their numbers high, they'll take anybody, even them.
Hey, Maroda, who are you talking about?
Why, I was just saying how lucky we are the fearless Kinderguardians are here. Now go on and get back to your rounds.
They're so
soldier.
tiny!
Oh, okay. See you later, Lady Yuna. Kinderguardians, move out! Yes, sir!
Yay, children are being sent to the war.
They're multiplying!
Yeah, they're turning into a regular Kinder Corps.
Well, at least they're having fun.
Maybe fun is all this world really needs.
That was wholesome.
Of course, some people stay the same no matter how fast the world changes around them.
The true heroes, yes. Maybe I didn't do this one either. We'll go to the Thunder Plains instead. Who knows what I've done here. The guide I followed, the IGN guide, I think kind of sucks. It tells you stuff. Like, it'll tell you you need to do this for completion, but that'll be after the fact. It'll be like, yeah, complete chapter 2, but make sure you completed chapter 1's side quests before you do this one. Like, the order just seemed off. So for me, I got really confused and missed out on a lot of things.
Sphere waves scattered during the concert caused fiends endemic to this region to rampage.
So, in other words, your sphere screen is to blame.
Oh? Find a sphere and the fiends appear?
Yay, exciting. Hi, Mood, welcome in. Ooh, he killed Riku.
This is the part where you get hurt.
I really don't understand why Riku's always like getting one shot. I don't have a weakness. Pain has 1 HP left, and my game just crashed again. Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous.
Sphere waves scattered during the concert caused...
So,
Find us.
Riku's always dying because she's too cute for this world. Oh, let's go, Russian dude. Did you get to try it out? Let's try this again.
Here comes your favorite kind of bullet.
Oh, it's so not fair being able to hit all of them.
This one's for you.
Eat, not lead.
Guarded? This is knocking everyone out. Got a bird head, so maybe it counts as a bird. Got him.
Because I'm getting sloppy.
Winning like a pro. Yeah, totally. Alright.
Kiss me.
Do we just silence him?
Shimete Yaru.
He did.
Stronger than you thought, huh?
Just the same dude, or is it a bunch of them? Why is Riku already dead? Oh my gosh. Riku's tombstone, I died so Uni didn't have to.
Gotcha!
Got him. That was a really close one.
Let's party.
Did you bother me?
Here I go.
Uh-oh. Oh! Did we interrupt him? Is that what that means? Finally.
Case closed.
The accessory champion's belt. Strength and defense raised by 40. Wow. Constant shell effect. Here's another.
Goings at your service.
Ooh, the first one's gonna be rough. Oh, not too bad against Riku anymore. One magic break. Another.
Here comes a big one.
Another magic break.
Here comes a big one.
We killed Yuna. So if Yuna stays dead, of course she doesn't get XP. What do I have, like 3 left? Oh, bye, Riku. Uh-oh. I played Final Fantasy VII, the remake, and then I did a bit of Rebirth. Did not finish Rebirth though. But welcome in, Ariana.
Here I go! Here I go!
Slaughter him. Oh no, Ariana, you're good, you're good. I played Final Fantasy VII, the remake, all the way. I streamed it a few months ago, it was amazing. And then I started to do Rebirth, but the community wasn't quite feeling it, so we backed out.
Don't want to miss this
Diablo 4 had a season come out or something, so I never got to complete that one, but I would love to. Because right now it's all about timing and the right game. But this one's pretty dang fun. This is the final buddy.
Fun?
You had your chance to run.
Ooh, 1100. Destroy save, or I guess reset. I played 10 as well. I played 10 and immediately jumped into 10 part 2. I've not done Crisis Core Reunion or the Cerberus one. Bothering me. Oh, I'd never assumed that you were judging. So for Riku, we want to give her maybe a different 100. Gotcha, Ariana. Good to know. What makes Dark Knight the most OP class? Out of curiosity.
Here comes the hurt.
Does it trust me? Well, I mean, I'm trying to learn.
No pain, no gain.
Let's party.
Ooh. Can I petrify him? I don't think so. Yeah, saucy. I did get that. I did get all the panels kind of
I guess
lined
there's
up.
no choice. Now we're even.
This is fun.
This enemy feels just a bit tankier.
Here comes a big one.
got him.
The lightning isn't stopping.
Let's look around some more.
We'll put a white mage here instead of the gunner. We'll definitely want to save up before this fight too. Apparently this one's rough. Be able to get him though.
We still haven't checked that tower.
Wanna take a look?
Oh crap. He's a little different.
Yuna!
Bring it, beefsteak.
Oh my gosh.
Hi
there. Beefsteak. I don't know if anything's gonna work against him. We'll have to see. Mighty Guard.
My pain is your pain.
Great. Poison?
My pain is your pain.
I don't know how the heck I'm gonna win against him. Oh, Shell missed? Try it again. Oh, she's dead. Oh no.
I guess there's no choice.
My pain is your pain.
I get that, Ariana, yeah. Yay, something works. It heals him.
Allow me to burst your bubble.
It's over. I'm gonna reload now because I really messed up and wasted a lot of items. Ooh. I could have gone to Owaka. Wait, what if I reload again, go back to the ship, buy from Owaka, and then come back? Big brain move.
What? She... Welcome to...
Oh, he sells them really expensive. So yeah.
What?
We won't buy from him.
Jane.
Posture check. Oh, I think I loaded the file after I purchased. Maybe. Jaeger, thank you for subscribing. Let's go. Month number 11. Posture checks, 8 billion of them. She's tanky. Let's check Yuna.
We still haven't checked.
Want to take a look?
So how do we defeat this enemy?
Yuna! Bring it, beefsteak!
Interesting, Otaku. I've not heard of the mobile one. So for this enemy, we'll turn her into a healer as quick as we can.
Believe in the sword.
Cast spell on the party. Didn't work for Riku.
This hurts me almost as much as it hurts you!
Yuna's about to be dead.
What goes around comes around.
Yuna's dead. Does it work? Garden? No! Yuna's just staying dead. But she can't even work as a healer.
Now we're even.
May not be ready for this fight. Oh, dead. Let's exit the fight again. You can become a samurai? So we could try to level up around 40 or so. Do they auto battle with actually? Let's test it. Auto battle does work. So this is technically a passive way to level up. So equip Yuna, turn her into White Mage. How they learn abilities. Got deleted. Everyone's deleted but Riku now. Oh, that's rough. their toast. Oh, that punk is regenning. Oh, it's over. I'm gonna put that.
Let's do it! Come on!
Piece of cake!
An easy match.
Ha! Great!
There's enough pain to go around.
I wish there was an easier way to grind.
I guess there's no choice.
This hurts me almost as much as it hurts you!
I guess there's no choice.
I could get used to this.
That looks bad. Yeah, he's an interesting looking one. Use Petrify on Riku, so. Nice one, same.
This hurts me almost as much as it hurts you!
Allow me to burst your bubble.
So they're all like status immune. That makes this rough. I wonder what some of the best farming places are in this game. What did he just do?
There's enough pain to go around.
Be strong.
They all have so much MP now.
I've got you.
How you like these apples?
How do you like these apples?
You okay?
Allow me to burst your bubble.
Not so tough now, are ya?
Come
I
on!
only killed him. It took 8 years.
Did that hurt? This is your lucky day.
Got him. You, what's this creature? Missed.
This'll help.
Is he vulnerable to anything? This enemy looks really rough.
This hurts me almost as much as it hurts you!
I guess there's no choice.
Got him. Alright. We can try giving them tricks of the trade. sluggish. Oh. Dark Knight? They're all Dark Knights.
Come get some.
Pain gets all the good luck.
Got him.
We still haven't checked that tower.
What?
Alright, let's see if we can defeat this thing. If not, we might just skip it. Going alright, Omega. How are you?
Yuna!
Bring it!
Oops. Was it just lightning that he deals? Lightning and physical? He hit for 500. Yuna's gonna need to heal though. Oh, and she's dead. Let's quit the fight. We need to deal with the healing, the lightning, I think. like this seems to get you killed more than it does to help speed things up.
Here comes the hurt.
Yeah, this is all automatic. Way quicker. Because they take way less thunder damage, I think. Chat, what are you guys up to? Good night, Micah. You take care. I'm wanting to get everybody at least to like 40, I think. Almost there. Ride the Shupa? Yeah, right, Rendon? But wait till you see this enemy I'm about to fight that I'm preparing for. He's a nightmare. Oh. Skullcracker. Ooh.
Try this on for size.
Yeah, he was a nightmare. He definitely needs a Scooby Snack. What do you mean, Jesse? Learn break? What does break do? I wonder. What if I did? Oh, this is rough. A lot of lizards jumping. Okay. Looks like Riku finally leveled up. Got him. We keep doing auto battles until we get to the boss. Skullcracker movie a nightmare. Not sure how Riku died. Riku takes thunder. Oh, they also do fire. Dead. Oh no. Alright, chat. I think I'm ready to call it a night. This is tedious, but we can continue it more tomorrow. Just the grind is... makes me want to bang my head on a wall a little bit. But I'm also doing it passively as well, so that's not working out too well. But we'll end it here. Call it a night. You guys take care. Much love, and I'll see you all later.